You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
Third day of competition on this unique and vast, completely vast fishery here, the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. We have got live coverage for you for the next 3 hours of 49 anglers on a quest to make the top 10. When it's all said and done today, Tommy Sanders here with Mark Zona. The vastness of this place is incredible. The biggest place some of them will ever fish in their lives, yet tournament-winning spots, the places where you can actually get the job done, are very hard to find.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. And whenever we come to Orange, Texas, the Sabine River, probably more strategy, game planning goes into this event than any other tournament we cover throughout the entire Bassmaster season.
There's our rules of the game right there. It is a 4-day tournament. We had the full field on days 1 and 2. We are cut down to 49 today. 8 hours of fishing per day, in theory. Travel time is accepted from that. We're going to cut down to 10 anglers today. 5 fish scores. Let's take a look at our playing field, how vast it is. This is East Texas in a nutshell, but all the way, well, 200 miles by water from one end to the other of this fishery.
Exactly. We're on the border of Texas and Louisiana, but pretty much we are only fishing Texas water, but a lot of that. It's called the Sabine River here in Orange, Texas, but really the two guys are the two guys at the top of that leaderboard. Brock Mosley from Mississippi, Jason Christie from Oklahoma. And if you look at Jason Christie at the top of that map and Brock Mosley all the way down in Houston, they are making the longest run of our entire field that has had success. And really, Jason Christie, his major concern throughout this tournament, he has about a 2-hour run up the Sabine River. He has to maximize his time, and that's what he has done to perfection so far this tournament, and get back with some gas left in his tank. Because the problem with Jason Christie, there are no gas fill-ups on the Sabine River where he's fishing. But looking at his day yesterday, he only had about 2 hours to fish and left about 90 minutes earlier than he really needed to. Today, he said he is going to burn that ditch down for everything it's worth.
Well, it has been a super productive place in terms of numbers of keeper-sized fish. Well, he's certainly outdistanced the rest of the field, not by a little, but by a lot. It is a great place, but it's dependent on so many things: water level, weather. We've got a lot of factors we need to sort out early in the going today to get an idea of what the arc of the story is going to be during the course of day 3.
Exactly right, and really, if you look at what Christie did, this is Oklahoma Fishing 101. He is one of the best in the business at this style fishing. And as the day went on with Christie yesterday, he made big upgrades like this one right here.
Risk and reward, that's the story of Jason Christie. He's got to get there and get back. That's a big part of his assignment today, and always will be as long as he makes that trip during the course of this tournament. Risk and reward as well for Brock Mosley.
Exactly right. Brock Mosley running through the intercoastal, then Galveston Bay, Trinity Bay to the south side of Houston. And like Christie, fishing a very small area. You look at those little flags right there. All of his damage has been done in about a 1-mile stretch. And like Christie, he only has about 2.5 to 3 hours of fishing. And now look, when you see the flurries that these guys have gone on the last 2 days of competition, it's obviously there's been a pretty healthy population of bass in both areas. But what we've seen in tournaments past is this area that Brock Mosley is in, by really the 3rd or 4th day, it tends to kind of run out of fish. Like there's not a massive population in the other side of Galveston Bay. Will it play this time around for a victory?
Well, you look at the leaderboard, both Christie and Mosley have separated themselves from the rest of the anglers here by about 5 pounds. So that speaks to the rewards that can come from taking something that's not for everybody, a risk that's not for everyone.
Exactly right. Really, the rest of the field just needs to slow these two anglers down, because for places 1 and 2 to have about a 6-pound lead over 3rd place, that is enormous here. Look, that's big in a big weight event, but in a tough tournament like this, Man, that is lapping the field 2 times.
Yes, absolutely. It's the same for everyone, but of course your size expectations go down. Tough, challenging fishery, and that's why the best in the world are dealing with it as best they can. There's our new points leader right there. We'll explain that a little bit later. Seth Fider of Minnesota, newly minted today. Chris Johnston, the Canadian, who's in our top 5. There's one of our rookies, Matt Robertson from Kentucky. We'll be in the boat with him all day long. Got 10 anglers we'll be with all day long and visiting many of the others.
Exactly. One of the things, Tommy, that we're going to see early this morning, there was a lot of fish caught yesterday within sight of that takeoff that we just saw right there. I think there's going to be a lot more company close to our takeoff early this morning.
Giant place where we find big crowds in selected spots right there. And as we take a look at our map there with our players represented, you see how that's already sorting out today. One of the big players, great job all through the first day of this tournament. Wisconsin's Caleb Kufall.
Maybe they're here. I don't know. Oh, quick. Oh, might be a keeper.
Gotta be 12 inches long for a keeper.
I think he is.
Gosh, it still looks like it's night out right there.
That's bad luck to catch one on your first cast, though. Was it? Yep. Well, that makes me feel better then. That was probably the first fish caught today. Well, that's awesome. A good move. Turn around and put one in the box. Totally worth it. They were absolutely stacked along here in practice. Yeah. There were some keepers, most were non-keepers, but if they're, I literally from here to the end up there, must have had 20 bites. Yeah, it's a pound. 12 3/4, I think.
Kufall found a great place during the first 2 days, left alone basically with a pretty good population of fish over to Lee Livesey.
We made a little pit stop here at the takeoff. A little hydrilla in there. Just gonna make a little pass over here, about 30 minutes. Try something. I've never fished, I mean, I have fished over here. I just don't know where these fish really get this time of year over here, so. I'm gonna make about a 30-minute pass over here, then go back to where I've been fishing, make a few passes on some stuff we fished yesterday, and then run some new stuff. I'd like to catch them over here though, but no bites so far. The tide's really high and muddy over here. So we're gonna make a slow little pass and see if we can get a bite. If not, we're gonna head west. See if we can find a bass. Looks good, it looks real fishy.
Lee, one of the fan favorites for sure, especially when we come to the state of Texas. Put on a show yesterday, found a kind of a special spot, and he kept working his way back and got some good success.
Exactly, and really one of the things you have with Lee Livesey is so much experience, not only in the state of Texas, he's a guide up on Lake Fork, but really a lot of experience actually fishing here around Orange, Texas, from here, the Sabine River, Trinity River, which we might see before this tournament's done. This was a critical loss yesterday. And you say to yourself, if you're just watching this tournament on FS1, you see a lot of just 12 to 13-inch fish. Those are like solid gold here. And if you land a 2 to 3 pound bass, that is like catching a 5 to 10 pounder in other areas of the country.
Well, he kept teasing us all day long about getting back into this place, and he was able to get into it. Kind of tough access there, and had some success, and guys limited here.
Exactly right. A big fish at the end of the day. But the biggest problem about this is getting out of a lot of these areas. Yesterday, very entertaining with Lee Livesey, and I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more of that right there later this afternoon.
We're not out, but we got up.
All right, some thrills and chills there from the Texan Lee Livesey. Got a couple of rookies in our top 10 today whom we will be with all day long. One of them, KJ Queen from North Carolina, and this man from Kentucky, Matt Robertson.
You're looking at about 5 out of the top 10 fishing within sight of our takeoff. Definitely the word got out yesterday. There was a lot of better ones caught in this exact stretch.
Yeah, baby. God, that's stuck.
Again, all keepers have to be 12 inches in length.
Yeah, about a pound.
Matt Robertson, very interesting character. We'll get to know him better throughout the course of the day.
Had me down as having 5, but I only had 4.
Taking a look at that 4 box right there, you notice you don't see your leaders, Jason Christie, Brock Mosley, who have probably about another hour to hour and 15-minute run. But the good thing is, we're usually right when we get with them, the action starts very, very quickly.
Got a big fish caught already. 12th place, Caleb Summerall with a 4-pound fish. He's up to 3rd place.
Caleb Summerall from Southwest Louisiana, not that far away. Definitely a man to watch. There he is in the left. For all the far-flung exploits of our 2 leaders here, way ahead of the pack, more often than not, this tournament is won closer to our host city of Orange, Texas, historically.
Well, started here by the ramp. Instead of making a long run, caught 1 keeper, missed 1. And we're gonna try to catch a limit here, and then we're gonna make that long run. What's up, Taco? Good morning, buddy.
Well, again, we have our 2 leaders on their way en route to their fishing spots. It'll be so interesting to see how it works out for them today, if it's going to pay off for one more day. We got so many great stories working today. Welcome to our live coverage here from Orange, Texas. I'm Tommy Sanders here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon. Great to be with you. We'll be here for the next 3 hours. Mark Zona alongside all the way today. And Z, what are you looking for today? What's the piece of information that's going to sort of unlock the puzzle for you today?
You know, really, and you can't stress this enough, if you don't follow the Bassmaster tournaments, you're saying to yourself, well, why don't all the leaders just fish right around Orange? The reason why, and I think we're going to get to see this today with Brock Mosley, with Jason Christie, there's just a better average size bass where those guys are fishing this time around. Usually it's one right around the Sabine, right around Orange, Texas, but a lot of those storms have depleted those populations throughout the last 3 years. And I think what's going to be very interesting on day 3 today is to see if the population where your 2 leaders are at, if that population holds up.
Well, great place and great crowds at the weigh-in. They all turned out yesterday to see how these 2 guys who are making the long runs would fare. Brock Mosley would fare very well for the 2nd day in a row. He would put 12 pounds, 4 ounces in the boat. But Jason Christie having the best success of all, catching a ton of keepers all day long and upgrading throughout his day, his shortened day because of travel time, to get 13 and 14 for it. Overall score 28 pounds and 15 ounces. Those 2 again, way ahead of everyone else, but everyone in our 49 angler field, boy, they've got to watch every ounce because a pound may mean 20 spots in terms of the leaderboard. We're going to take a break and be right back.
The Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S, and by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Taking a look at the route of your tournament leader right now, still en route to his fishing place, which has paid off handsomely over 2 days. And this is not a run without a few hazards, twists and turns, as you can see plainly from our map marks on it.
Tommy, about a 2 to 2.5 hour run for Jason Christie, and it kind of looks like he's riding a Bronco right there. One of the problems, there are a lot of hazards in that river. As far up the Sabine as Jason Christie is going, he said, look, man, I'm hitting a lot of stumps, a lot of trees. It's really, it's a 3-prong approach. Number 1, get there safely. Number 2, do your job, catch them. And number 3, get back in time.
We see some changes already on our leaderboard, jumping up into 3rd place, crashing in there, as a matter of fact, with a good fish. Wow. 4-pounder by estimates. We're going to get some bonus coverage now of that man who is doing so well this morning. B&W Trailer Hitch is on the line with Caleb Summerall. Caleb from neighboring Louisiana, and man, it's so nice to get a good start like the one you've got right there. You must feel comfortable in a place like this.
Oh, very comfortable, Tommy, very comfortable. This is just like home. I mean, just like home. Same tidal, same tide. The wind affects it the same. It's just like home.
Caleb, if you can, kind of walk us through. Looks like you're made a little, called an audible early this morning fishing, very close to the takeoff. What was behind that decision?
So yesterday I ran to my spot way up the Natchez, and the tide was an hour behind. I needed it falling, and I needed it sucking that clear water out of the marsh. So I knew that yesterday I struggled the earlier part of the morning. So I knew that I needed to find something else to do for the first couple of hours before I head to my main area. So I decided to come fish where I know the fish have been being brought. And yesterday, late in the afternoon, I did miss a giant here yesterday afternoon. So it was an easy choice to make. I'm going to fish here for about 2 hours, and then I got a decision to make whether or not I'm going to run up that Natchez if I don't fill this limit. But I just started the day with probably a little bit over 4-pounder. And I don't know, it's better than any cup of coffee I've had.
Caleb, how many keepers on average have you been catching per day?
It hasn't been many, Mr. Tommy. It's the first day, I think I caught 7 or 8, maybe 8. And then yesterday I caught just 6. So I knew that, I was going to struggle a little bit with catching my limit, and I didn't want to make that long run and have that weight on my shoulder. So I opted to stay close, and that's already paid off in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah, it sounds like good decisions for Caleb Summerall. Caleb, thank you so much. Good luck for the rest of the day. We'll keep our eyes on the man from New Iberia in southwest Louisiana. We go from Louisiana, and we're going to take you all the way over to, one of our international players here, the first Canadian ever to win a Bassmaster Elite Series tournament, and that is Chris Johnston, also having a great tournament, a great day yesterday.
Oh yeah, baby. That's a Sabine stud. It's a good way to start day 3. Yeah. One. There's a kicker.
3.5 pounder is, boy, that's beyond the gold standard. That is exceptional. That is an anomaly here.
That is a giant bass for this event anytime that we've been here in years past. And here's an interesting thing. Chris Johnston from Canada, I asked him yesterday, I said, what are you concentrating on? He said, man, I'm just going back in these oboes. And I said, Chris, what does that mean? He said, you know, these areas off the main river, all these oboes. I said, oxbows? He goes, yeah, I guess. I'm not really sure what to call them. We don't have them in Canada.
Well, again, we mentioned he's the first Canadian angler to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event.
Oboes.
Yeah, third-year man Chris Johnston. There's one. Peterborough, Ontario, and he got it done up in some familiar waters, the St. Lawrence.
Exactly right. St. Lawrence River and Lake Ontario. Chris Johnston, known as one of the best smallmouth fishermen in the world. And the one thing we've seen with Chris Johnston, his brother, Corey Johnston from Canada, very, very versatile. When we tend to go to these very shallow water kind of grinder events, well, Chris Johnston and his brother Corey Johnston always top of the leaderboard.
They're always looking out for those guys. As a matter of fact, our last event on Pickwick Lake, very different place on the Tennessee River. Chris Johnston, his brother Corey Johnston in it, a player to the last minute.
Gosh, that is such a big fish on this body of water, especially to catch that in the first really 45 minutes of fishing. That's like catching 3 in one cast.
Kufal hooked up.
It's a decent one.
Now, the one thing that Kufal, guys like Chris Johnston, that they're susceptible to other anglers in our leaderboard right now. You talk about the tide, and when that tide drops out, the other issue they have today is when that north wind starts blowing, it pushes a lot of water out of that exact area.
Didn't get pretty hot today, too.
South wind will push water into there.
They said like 84. Huh? Yeah.
But the predicted north winds we're supposed to get by about noon or 1 o'clock will really heavily affect exactly where you're looking right there.
Two Caleb's, Caleb Sumrall, whom we just visited with from Southwest Louisiana, Caleb Kufal from Wisconsin. His territory includes the upper Mississippi, which in a lot of places, believe it or not, has a resemblance to this place.
Yeah, Caleb Kufal said he kind of cut his teeth in the La Crosse area of the Mississippi River. Very similar to this.
Boy, big shot fired by Chris Johnston. Let's take a look at the man who now leads our points race, our Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. There's the lures being offered by Seth Fighter this week.
Yeah, and we heard Seth Fighter say he was going to start near the takeoff yesterday, and there was only one other angler. There's a lot more company. Word must have kind of filtered out yesterday after the weigh-in.
All right.
little dirty. Not to me, but the guy right behind me. Well, Lee don't care. All right, morning update. Made a really long run. Just got here. Had a couple little bumps. No fish in the boat yet, but I think I'm kind of just waiting on the tide to get right. It's dead high right now, not moving. I think as soon as it starts falling, fish will start biting, so we're just gonna hunker down and wait them out.
Seth Fighter waiting on the tide, did some great work yesterday. One of those guys who improved day 2 over day number 1 in his score. But the biggest improvement, day 2 over 1, was this man yesterday, Chris Johnston, catching 3 more pounds on day number 2. Got the arrow moving in the right direction, and boy, it is really pointing the right way this morning.
Big one right there for Chris Johnston. And that shows how fast you can move up this leaderboard with a bass just like that.
1 keeper, but 3 pounds, 8 ounces, like you say. That's like 3 of them. We'll take a break and be right back.
Live coverage of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Power Pole.
Tonight, the NASCAR Cup Series moves to FS1, where we could see our 8th different winner of the season. Catch all the action from Martinsville with the Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief 500 tonight at 7 Eastern on FS1 and anywhere on the Fox Sports app. Big story here. Sabine River, 4th stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. 2 anglers, the top 2, 5 pounds ahead of the field to start this day, each of them making a long run, Mark Zona.
Exactly right. Brock Mosley actually only about halfway. He is still in the intercoastal before you get to Galveston Bay. And one of the big hazards of making those long runs is you can have a mechanical failure. Anything can really happen. Matt Robertson maximizing his fishing time, fishing about a half a mile from our takeoff early this morning.
Yeah, it's impressive.
One fish in the live well for Matt Robertson, rookie here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Yeah, baby. Pound 2, probably.
2 keepers in the box. That's a good fast start, especially here on this place. Our Humminbird bird's eye view. Give you a look at the lay of the land there for Robertson.
And really, this is exactly what we saw yesterday. A lot of guys rising up the leaderboard, approaching those weights that Jason Christie and Brock Mosley posted. But then you see when Mosley and Christie get to their areas, that's when the separation begins.
Yep, they are giving up everything to the field now while they make those long runs, but it's a calculated risk. They know that there's a possible bounty awaiting them.
And as you really is one of the things that you said, Tommy, we're going to get back out with Lee Livesey, is traditionally the tournaments that are won here over 4 days, not 2, 3 like we're in here, over 4 days. Predominantly those tournaments are won within an hour of takeoff.
Also not far from takeoff, Lee Livesey. Looking for his first keeper.
There's one. Yes. We ain't leaving this bank. Stay here for 7 hours. There's number one, guys. We're just gonna dump them.
Lee vowing to stay there 7 hours. We'll see how that works out. You can revise
that. Surprise.
You can revise
There's
that.
a lot of attention right around that takeoff today. We'll break that down as the morning goes on. Another rookie on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Big day yesterday. KJ Queen did a lot of company around him. Number one key so far for KJ Queen, just slow down.
Queen had our big fish on day 2, a 4-pound 6-ounce. Helped his bag immensely.
KJ looking for his first keeper of the day. Almost got it to 10 pounds yesterday, and that is job well done here. Yes, baby.
Number one.
It'll be a repetitive story. Multi-talented rookies coming onto the scene each and every year on the Bassmaster Elite Series as we look at our Seagar Bassmaster Rookie Watch. Brand New, the rookie from North Carolina, won the first tournament, his very first tournament as an Elite Series angler this year. To take that top spot, Justin Cameron has been there all back and forth at the top all year long. Strassner, and there's KJ Queen in 4th place.
And really, this is one of the most intimidating bodies of water that we go to on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Very impressive performances from a lot of our rookies on that list right there here on the Sabine River this time around.
So saw Matt Robertson there, and there he is on the left. A couple of keepers already today. That's ahead of schedule.
KJ Queen committed to the Neches River. We've seen a lot of attention in that exact area he's in early this morning.
Get all of these anglers, these 49 out here, survive the cut after 2 days, trying to make it into the top 10 today only. The top 10 will fish tomorrow for the championship.
KJ Queen from Lake Norman, which really does not look like that backdrop right there that he's fishing.
There's another look at that backdrop right there. Humminbird bird's eye view.
Look, and here's the best way to put it. These guys that are fishing within sight of our takeoff, there's a lot of tournaments that go out of this area. So there is just a population of bass that are brought back to that area every weekend that there's a tournament. So there's it's replenished quite often.
That's often a gambit these guys will take on a heavily pressured area. And boy, you talk about heavy pressure. The first 2 days of this tournament qualifies as that, judging by the talent of these anglers.
Say Brock Mosley and Jason Christie are just past the halfway point of their run. And as the crow flies, they're about 110 miles apart, but by water, a lot closer to 200 miles.
We just don't see a lot of that.
No,
That's a unique situation, and that's what makes it fun to watch.
Being in the top 10 this week, Matt Robertson and KJ Queen have helped their chances to get into the Bassmaster Classic. They were way beyond the cut of around 40th place. They were in both in the mid-50s. They're both in the upper 30s right now.
Matt Robertson, a former Classic qualifier.
Yeah, good tournament here for Matt Robertson. He said, boy, the year started off shaky when we were down in Florida, and he said he finally got the wheels back on the bus the last couple events.
Had an okay tournament up in Tennessee, Knoxville, not too far from his home in Kentucky. That's been the highlight of his season so far until now. This one's looking like it may be the best for him. We really have two tournaments here, and the second tournament hasn't started yet, Mark Zona, but it will shortly as we take a look at our Humminbird Unlock the Lake.
Exactly, taking a look at Orange, Texas right there. Great crowds at the weigh-in days 1 and 2. It'll be a festival today, no doubt about it. You see Jason Christie making that long run up the Sabine River. He's a little more than halfway. And Brock Mosley at the left-hand side of your screen, just coming out of the intercoastal, coming into Galveston Bay, which is pretty much the sketchiest part of that run.
Yeah, hard to make this decision to do this. The first day it was hard to make the decision. The second day, Brock Mosley getting a lot of input, but after all, the decision is finally his.
Finally, the Brock has come back to Orange. Brock Mosley. I got to thank Drew Ben and Drew Cook for calling me a wuss for not going today. So that about 5 minutes before takeoff, I said, you know what, y'all say that, I'm going. And it paid off, man. I'm glad I went, and it was worth it. But man, it is taking 8-pounding, and it's just not fun. But you know, once I get there, the fishing's good, and you know, it's. Let's just say if I can go out there and catch 12 pounds a couple more days, this place, anything can happen.
Yeah, baby.
You know, I've made it there and back the last 2 days, and I guess we got to go back tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to seeing how it works out. Let's hear it for him, ladies and gentlemen.
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
A good Saturday morning to you. Stop number 4 on the Bassmaster Elite Series for 2021. This is day 3 fishing, and 49 anglers left in the field today. 47 of them are underway with their fishing. 2 of them are still traveling, and they are notable too because they are the 2 who started 5 pounds ahead of the rest of the field to start their day. We will get back to their story in just a moment. Here's our TH Marine weather watch for today. Not quite as warm, high of 84. Definitely a little front gone through. It's going to be about 10 degrees lower tonight than it has been the previous 2 nights. Partly cloudy all day today. We started out in cloudless skies, and weather's changing. Not a lot, but a little. Just enough to keep your attention here as we take a look from this great angle down through the cypress trees at Seth Fight, our leader in Bassmaster Angler of the Year point.
You know, and I really think before this tournament's all said and done, with that little front, I mean, granted, it's still said it's going to get up to 84 degrees. That little front definitely affects these fish. If you talk to a lot of the locals like T. Roy Broussard from Swamp People, who guides a lot on this body of water, it'll tighten them up a little bit with those cooler nights.
We're going to stay in this area all day. What's your travel plan?
Too early to tell. I'm gonna stay here till at least 10 o'clock. I got one area I didn't go to yesterday that nobody else is fishing, but it won't be good till about 11, so 10:30 we gotta kind of make a call whether we stay or go. But I mean, I'm getting bites here, they're just not biting right now. They did this yesterday too. You miss a bunch and then catch a bunch, and miss a bunch, catch a bunch. Like, I think the tide's just starting to drop, so this next hour should get pretty good, but we also got about at least 10, 12 boats up here fishing today, so.
Earlier
Yeah, well, if these other guys are trying this too, I mean, if they do it for an hour and don't catch one, they might boogie out of here, but you just gotta be patient with these things. Wait out the little bite window. I mean, you can literally catch a limit on 5 casts when they get to biting. So, we're just gonna keep grinding on them until they start eating my spinnerbait. We might have to make some bait changes. At the end of the day, I started catching them flipping, but it was all spinnerbait yesterday.
Super versatile angler from Minnesota, but he can catch them anywhere. Witness this tournament we're watching right now. Our points leader, Seth Feider, always in the thick of it for Angler of the Year, and he's got also 2 wins on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Oh my gosh, he looked like he was about 18 years old in that last picture. A huge tournament up on Mill Lacs in Minnesota, kind of where Seth Feider cut his teeth. Known as one of the best smallmouth fishermen on the Bassmaster Elite Series. From there, another Angler of the Year championship victory, Lake St. Clair. And if you really look at the 2 smallmouth victories that Seth Feider has posted, they were heavyweight beatdowns.
A 2-time.
Had to claw his way into the Bassmaster Elite Series, had to claw his way to stay in the Elite Series, but since then, man, he has been one of the very top shelf players over the last 3 or 4 years out here. Always a formidable guy during his career with the Bassmaster Elite Series. Our associate Davey Hype, former Classic champ, former 2-time Angler of the Year. And Davey, what do you have your eyes on today? We're watching the weather, we're watching travel, we're watching our 2 leaders particularly. What's on your mind?
Well, first and foremost, the weather is very different here this morning. We got a little cold front coming in. It was raining just before takeoff, so that might change the fishing a little bit. But here's one thing that I definitely noticed. Yesterday, Seth Feider caught a limit in less than an hour, real close to takeoff, and he was the only boat right in that area that I saw. And this morning, there's about 12 or 14 boats in that area, and several of them catching fish. So I decided to go a little farther away, about 8 or 10 miles away, Cow Bayou. And day one, it was basically a zoo there. There was probably 30 boats in there, not as many people there. And then you have the leaders, Jason Christie and Brock Mosley, who are still running, trying to go 100 miles away from everyone. So where people are fishing, where they have adjusted to and trying to get away from crowds by going 100 miles away or literally 200 yards away, it's interesting on day 3 the way that has changed.
Davey, the one thing, and we got to talk about it yesterday, for our folks that are watching on FS1 right now, talk about having to collect yourself. Jason Christie and Brock Mosley, because your brain is basically scrambled, and you used a great example of what it feels like to drive your boat 70 miles an hour for 2 hours. Bring our viewers into what it's like when you finally get to where you're fishing.
Well, the first thing, if you've never run 100 miles on the water at 70 miles an hour, when you do get to your fishing location, a lot of pressure there. Obviously, there's $100,000 on the line. Obviously, Jason Christie, Brock Mosley, and the rest of the field all want to hold that blue trophy over their head. But the first thing you realize when you set it down and you get to your fishing location is just the buzz that's going on from being exposed to that much wind for that long. And then you immediately have to start thinking, how long can I fish? When do I need to head back? How much fuel do I have? In Jason Christie's example, he said yesterday he had 1/2 of a gallon of fuel left in his boat when he got to check in yesterday. So many things going on mentally and physically. And these guys earn it, no doubt about it.
Davey, thank you so much. Your take is so important to us, and we'll be leaning on Davey and many others all day long to bring you coverage from this vast area, 500 plus square miles of fishing area to cover.
And obviously, Brock Mosley and Jason Christie, we have not seen them make a cast yet today. But 2 way different mindsets coming into this tournament, where Brock Mosley did everything he could to not make that run. He said, man, I tried to find him close. I tried to talk myself out of it. I tried to let the weather talk me out of running on day 2, to where when you listen to Jason Christie, he's like, nope, I am absolutely all in. And really, look, let's put it the way it is.
Yeah,
Brock Mosley does not have a win yet on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Jason Christie, one of the best closers on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Just a different mindset on these long runs.
I'm fishing till 12. And it's an hour later every day, so it's going to be a real short window up there today.
I hate to offer any kind of diversion now. We got so many stories working, but a part of the story is his magnificent hair on display amongst our top 10, especially right now from Seth Feider and Matt Robertson. It is phenomenal.
It is absolutely something else. What a treat.
Seth Feider still
young Alan Jackson on the left.
Or Tommy Fleetwood, to put it in today's yeah.
You're right.
And to put it in today's vernacular, especially today. Matt's got 3 in the boat already. No size, no giants to speak of, but boy, just getting a limit on this day and getting one in early will be a huge leg up. Seth Feider with 1 small one in the boat. He was a little bit ahead of this schedule yesterday. Matt Robertson, we mentioned, a former classic qualifier from the state of Kentucky, which has produced some great anglers throughout the years. Kentucky Lake guy and plenty of other places as well.
Interesting fella, to say the least.
No doubt about it.
He's quite in the game today, but a different bird.
And so happy to be a part of it all right out here on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Dude, I'm just a old working boy from Kentucky, you know, Western Kentucky. Just a pressure wash. Welcome to my kingdom. Are you on them? I'm here to win me some blue trophies, dude. Been fishing all my life, been working towards the Elite Series all my life, and man, I'm gonna tell you, it was a long, hard road getting here. I mean, I'm still living in a trailer park right now, guys. Man, we're here to take home some blue trophies and win a classic trophy.
You're watching a Fox Sports presentation of B.A.S.S.
Good Saturday morning to you. Well, the Bassmaster Elite Series has set up shop in the state of Texas for the month of April. This week, Orange, Texas, and the Sabine River, and so many of the connected waterways. In less than 2 weeks, we will be at a different-looking fishery, and perhaps the most celebrated fishery in many ways in the state of Texas, legendary Lake Fork, also on the Sabine River system, and of course, responsible for so many of these Texas giants that are celebrated throughout the world of fishing. The state of Texas is fabulous for bass fishing, for managing fisheries. And we are in the southeast portion of Texas, and not a little bite of southeast Texas. This is an adult portion. This is a man-sized fishery here. Mark Zona.
And really, that map, Tommy Sanders, does not do justice to what we are seeing take place in this tournament. So many of these anglers fishing close to Orange, Texas. Jason Christie making that long run up the Sabine River, about 2 to 2.5 hours to get there. And really, every time Jason Christie has got to this little ditch, as he calls it, it has been a complete beatdown from the Oklahoma angler.
Some of the footage from yesterday, and just working his way back in there a good ways. He's gone a little further each day, I think, as well.
Yeah, each day he's kind of expanded on his bite in this ditch. And one of the things that he said was a problem yesterday, and I thought this was a big surprise, was he said, man, they're very aggressive when you get around them. So they're not shy about biting that spinnerbait. He said, but there are so many fish, actual little pods of them that will follow a hooked bass in. And he said those little schools will break up and they need to reset on all that flooded timber on the shoreline. He said, but man, when you get around them, they will absolutely crush that spinnerbait. And it just kind of seems like every time that we've covered a tournament here, guys making long runs, they just seem to run out of fish by Championship Sunday, and we've never seen a blue trophy held by somebody making those long runs. Guys like Brock Mosley running that intercoastal, going through Galveston Bay. He's in an area that we've seen contend, but never get a victory in years past.
110 miles, and when the wind is blowing, those last 15, 20 miles or so, Trinity Bay, Galveston Bay can be very hazardous. Not expecting any of that trouble on the way this morning anyway.
And really, kind of the whole dynamic of making this runs is getting away from the crowd, fishing for less pressured fish. And like Christy, we've seen flurries. If you look at the back of that canal, a lot of work was done there yesterday with Brock Mosley. And if you really put into perspective, these guys over a 4-day tournament, they're spotting the field about 16 total hours of fishing time.
That's the real gamble.
I mean,
that's the risk.
That's the gamble.
Yeah, no doubt about it. What happens if you get there? All those fish you have leaned on so hard, and you're expected to be there for 4 days or not there for 4 days. Those are all great points and part of what these guys have to figure when they make their decision to make that run. But absolutely, this will be another tournament starting up basically when these two get set up and start their fishing day.
Brock Mosley pretty much fishing just a half-ounce bladed jig. Most every single fish that he caught yesterday coming on that bait. And while everybody's catching fish right now, well, 2 anglers at the top still holding their lead while they're still running.
Yeah, that says a lot for it right there. Chris Johnson, we saw him put a 4-pounder in the boat, cut his deficit from 5 down to just 3 and a few ounces there. The 2 Calebs having a good morning as well.
Z, what's incredible is that you can have an angler fish for an hour and do what someone else does in 7 hours just because of location here at the Sabine.
Taking it back out to Lee Livesey. He got some good feedback in this little area here and vowed to extend his stay here.
Yeah, you're right about that, Ron Moore. The biggest thing on any tidal body of water, you see flurries of bites. Another good keeper for Livesey right there.
Two. Number 2, he's a small guy. Really, really shallow. Really shallow. That's 2. 3 more. Well, you bit it as soon as it hit the water. Ah, Caleb saw me.
And every fish Livesey catches there, that's 1 less that he has to pressure in his main areas farther down the Sabine.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Over to KJ Queen, one of our 2 rookies, along with Robertson, who we just spent some time with. Ooh.
Careful now.
Got it coming and going.
There are a few fish still spawning. A couple big ones have been caught this week off beds. Back out to Seth Fighter. I do think that was game face right there. I don't know who he stared down, but that was sending it. Quiet.
She didn't want to bite it right, but
Got some intrigue going here.
Yeah. I'd like to know who he was staring down right there.
Yeah. Man, gosh.
See what I mean? Miss, and then.
Oh, I'm going to tell you right now, Tommy Sanders, he is madder than a firecracker right now.
Wound up.
That's a no call.
Oh, yeah. Tight as a drum.
There's a little
He'll
flurry.
stare you
interlude.
down, Jack.
Yeah. Oh, flurry's on.
Whoa. I was having flashbacks of yesterday. Flashbacks of yesterday.
Why, he is focused on something behind his boat.
We show the aerial seeing 3 or 4 Bassmaster live anglers, but there's 6 or 7 that aren't on camera that are in the area.
Hey, Ron, let me show you a power move real quick.
Yeah, start biting. Power steering.
Take a look at the fish catch right here. All right. Now, mind you, if you're just joining us here on FS1, there's a lot of company fishing that area right across from our takeoff. It's starting to get a little sketchy. Guys staring each other down. Take a peek at it, Ron.
Wow.
Exactly. Looking for his line right there.
You're not going to see him blink.
Focused.
I mean,
Boy,
if
you
Alan
do not
Jackson
want to see
stares
that
you down,
when
you
you
don't want
enter a party in Orange, Texas, my friend.
Oh, he's making trouble for the rest of these guys. There's no
doubt about it.
worries about that. Seth Fighter always is, and right now, as of yesterday, finds himself atop our Skeeter Angler of the Year watch. First place with 9-pound advantage over Patrick Walters, who has held it through the last event and a half. Jason Christie with the lead here, making big headway in that points race as well, and ditto for Brock Mosley.
Some of the biggest names on the Bassmaster Elite Series in that top 10.
Seth Fighter is the man for now, and usually he's in the thick of it till the very end of the season. The man from Minnesota, who, as we say, can catch them anywhere.
Seth Fighter doubles down and becomes a 2-time Bassmaster Elite Series champion.
Every other sport's played on, a set field with set distances and, whatever it is, 10-foot hoop or 60 feet from the mound. And this game, it's always changing. Every lake's different. It's sun and rain, wind, clouds, everything mixing together, temperature. It's a lot different than anything else, really. When I was a kid, it was like, I've been watching some Bassmasters and seeing Denny Brower kick everybody's butt with a jig, so never thought I'd be where I am now. I mean, it was just a kind of a crazy dream kids have,
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
Heading into the second hour of fishing for at least 47 of our 49 anglers out here on day 3 of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River. 2 who are not fishing yet are, of course, the biggest story of all. Our 2 leaders atop the leaderboard, Jason Christie and Brock Mosley, still en route to their places, taking a gamble, giving up hours to the rest of the field for the hopes of a big, big payoff when they get started. We'll be with them when they start their fishing day. We are looking sort of a bird's eye view of Matt Robertson here, one of our 2 rookies in the top 10 to start this day.
What I do?
Oh, he was like a little panther right there.
13-incher. I'd really go in after that one. That one might weigh 10 ounces.
Fourth keeper for Matt Robertson there. That's a good start. No big ones in the boat just yet. He'll be the first to admit that, but boy, just getting the limit. So important. Back over, not far away. Seth Feider. Oh, the music means something here.
It always means something here, Tommy Sanders. Seth Feider deciding to stay close, not go to his primary area, which we may see today. Good fish right here from Seth Feider. As Ron Moore said, we have seen flurries of catches this entire. It's the look, it's the intrigue, it's the thunder mixed in. Ooh, he is tight as a drum, right? You mad, bro? Mixed in with a little bit of mystery. Seth Feider so far today, early today, semifinal set. I mean, he is not a happy camper. You are the powerful. I want to hear what he is saying right there. Seth Feider going on a flurry, trying to chase down the leaders, Brock Mosley and Jason Christie. Look, he is just staring somebody down.
They start biting. We got to get rid of him, but hey, he'll take.
Most of the time, he's neighborly as anyone.
You are the power
but not
pole.
this moment.
Reap.
So sorry.
Still looking behind him. I think somebody's going to get a tune-in up here in a minute.
Uh-oh.
There's going to be a lot of that going on today.
Oh, barely got him yet. That was the first one I got on the trailer. Just nipping. Just little nippers. That's probably a pound 2 ouncer. That's 4 though.
Seth Feider throwing a 3/8 ounce Bassman spinnerbait, color orange shad.
Little Carl. This is Carl Jacobson's spinnerbait. Little Bassman. It's a good spinnerbait. Especially on these little tidal places. Little compact, little tiny guy. He gets bites.
Robertson and Feider both with 4 fish near takeoff, and limits have been, you know, 3/4 of the field getting a limit per day, but so crucial if you want to stay in the top 10. And for Robertson and Feider, 7th and 9th, they want to stay in that top 10.
Those yellow lines you see on our map are shot from above there. Our 2 leaders' pathways. Jason Christie going north up the Sabine River towards Toledo Bend Reservoir. The other one, Brock Mosley, on his way to the suburbs of Houston, Texas, by the Intercoastal, Trinity, Galveston Bays. Now to Chris Johnson. Got off to a great start this morning with a big one.
Chris Johnson been fishing Cow in Adams Bayou, hooked up here.
Keeper. Pretty decent keeper. Not that.
Well, we have not seen many fish caught on a spinning rod this week.
Come here, buddy. Take him. Number 2. There we go.
It's early, Z, but Johnston's doing what he needs to make up that gap. It's hard to make up that gap in one day on the Sabine.
I lost 1 or 2 down here yesterday, so I was hoping there's still a couple left. They're never big. It's the biggest one I've caught down this stretch, but 3 more of those and we can slow down and try and get one more big one. Go flipping. Sure. This is gonna be a line burner. I don't know. 12 and a half, I think. With room to spare. Number 3. We're gonna have to get rid of him today, but.
All right, 2 average size keepers, maybe one of them a little smaller than average for Chris Johnston to add to that giant he caught earlier today, giving him a great start. 3rd day competition here. Welcome back to the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, and always great to have the one and only Ronnie Moore back in the studio with us today, the master of many things, including the screen of knowledge. Go, Ronnie.
Well, we wanted to talk about the stats. We're through 2 full field days of competition. Now it's cut day. 49 anglers fishing the Sabine today. And we want to look back and compare those first 2 days of competition. And the stats are very similar through the first 2 days. The limits very, very close. 71 on day 1, 73 limits yesterday. So very comparable. About 3/4 of the field catching a limit, which is 5 fish to their total. Big bass dropped off, though. We didn't see as many 4+ pounders as we saw on day 1. And the big bass wasn't 6-6 like we saw day 1. It was 4-6, but that helped KJ Queen jump into the top 10. The big bag also dropped back just a little bit, but it was from one of our leaders. Those the 2 leaders at the top, Christie and Mosley, both had 2 of the biggest bags yesterday, making that gap from 2nd to 3rd really grow, and that is what we were saying you're gonna have to chip away the next 2 days at. And then the cut weight. Normally, the rule of thumb for viewers on Fox Sports 1 that you don't know is the cut line normally doubles and will subtract a pound. So it was 7 pounds 2 ounces on day 1. So you double that as 14 1/4 or so, and you subtract a pound. But that wasn't the case, Tommy. It went up yesterday, 14.10. It went up by 1/2 pound for the cut line. And when it comes to fantasy fishing, Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, you make a team. Just like fantasy football, you have 5 anglers, 1 per bucket for fantasy fishing. And it's kind of a battle. Do you get the guys who are highly selected or the guys that are obscure and low selected? Maybe not the favorites, the underdogs of the event. And this is kind of what's the value of the guys in our top 10. Our leader, one of the most selected anglers, Jason Christie, 19% of our players decided to pick him this week, and they're rewarded. He's leading the event. Meanwhile, Caleb Kufal, 3rd place, just outside the lead, 0.3%, so a very good value for him. And then Seth Fider, a middle of the road percentage, only 5%, a good value for him being in the top 10 as well. And we're seeing him catch him today. He'll be a factor tomorrow, most likely as well.
Caleb Kufal
Nailed it.
pay off the long money for these players in the fantasy fishing there. And we take a look at our leaderboard. Z, what are you seeing?
And really looking at that leaderboard, Tommy Sanders, here's the amazing thing. Our guys, our leaders, Jason Christie and Brock Mosley, they spotted the other anglers a lot of time, and they are still leading the event.
Well, both of them have great faith in the spots that they are heading to, thinking those are the places that could deliver the victory. Would be the 6th for Christie, the 1st for Mosley.
The Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S, and by Minn Kota, Powerpole, and by Skeeter Boats.
Today on FS1, AL West rivals square off as Matt Chapman leads the A's against Jose Altuve, and the Astros coverage begins today, 3 Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. Any Astros fans in this part of the country right here, because we are here in Southeast Texas. We're about, we know we're about 100 miles by water from Houston. And that's our playing field right there. We see those yellow lines there marking the travel routes for our 2 leaders to start this day. Still en route to their spot in the rest of the field. Multiple hours of fishing because they believe in those places. Get back to one of our rookies here in the top 10, North Carolina's KJ Queen.
There's your picture right there.
KJ Queen has lived in the Nature's River pretty much the entire tournament, said the #1 key, fishing behind a lot of other anglers, just slow way down as the tournament's gone on.
a 12-inch size limit. To be a keeper that goes to the weigh-in, it's got to be 12 or more.
Queen, one of our college and high school anglers that has made his way through every level to the Opens last year and qualified.
Right.
Won Team of the Year his last year in college at Bethel University, one of the powerhouses of the college series.
Is he the youngest angler in the Elite Series this year?
Yes, he is.
24?
Yes, and he'll be 25 at some point this year. He is 50 years younger than the oldest competitor.
That's what you got to love about fishing.
Yeah.
Talking about that, it's a big sports weekend. NASCAR, Major League Baseball, Masters going on.
Oh gosh, yeah.
But I'm not scared to put on a sesh later tonight of that Bassmaster Fishing 2022 with you, Tommy, and Ron Moore. Grab a 12-pack of tacos and just lay it down.
All right, yeah, we'll decide who's got it and who hasn't.
Yeah.
KJ comes from a fishing family. His dad traveled with him last year and fished as a co-angler on the Opens. He won co-angler of the year overall for the whole series.
That's strong.
Anytime a bass is around the spawn in North Carolina, Jeff Queen's one to watch.
Phew, that was rough. I knew that induced well. Yeah. Number 3.
All right, 3 keepers now for KJ Queen. That is going in the right direction. We're gonna make a move right now for B&W Trailer Hitches. Bonus coverage now. One of the celebrated veterans of the Bassmaster Elite Series. 16 years on the series for John Cruz. And John, what's been the philosophy? What's been the approach to this challenging fishery here all week for you?
Yeah, Sabine is a vast fishery. It's a tidal fishery. It's like one of those places I grew up fishing, and I don't know. I just kind of like it. You got to run around and sample a bunch of different areas, and then try to get a few bites, and then hone in on what it takes to get them to bite once you do find the areas that are holding fish.
John, do you like these tournaments that are a lot tougher than our usual events on the Bassmaster Elite Series, where one solid keeper means so much?
Yeah, I do. I think it puts an emphasis on execution and making sure you put as many of those bites that you get in the boat. I think that's a big part of it. And then, I'm only used to getting not that many bites in practice. So for me, you go out and get a few bites in practice, and then I try to do a lot with a little, so to speak.
Have you had some time to expand each day? Have you felt comfortable enough to leave a place that's working for you and look out for what's happening tomorrow or maybe the next day?
I did. The first day I really got to expand. I had that long day, and I got to sample a handful of different areas. I caught a limit in the first couple hours, and then I was able to kind of bounce around for the remainder of the day and kind of sample stuff I thought was going to be good. And then, some of it was not, and then some of it was. Like this area right here, I caught one in this area the first day, like right away, and it was a good one. So I left and then ended up having to come into this, big area yesterday, and made it work for me yesterday. So I'm just figured I'd start in here and kind of see how it goes in this big area.
John, thank you so much for your time laying it out for us. John
Absolutely.
Cruz absolutely headed in the right direction. Good tournament for the veteran from Virginia.
It's a big month for him. He's a big advocate for autism awareness, and in April every month or every year we celebrate that, and he puts on an award because we always have 2 Elite Series events. Whoever has the most weight gets the Autism Awareness Award for April.
And at least 2 of them ain't coming here.
back over to Seth Fighter right now. He has been tighter than a piano wire all morning long.
That's a new one.
A little better. Trailer hook again.
It's going to be curious to see if Seth Fighter bails on this area. And really the story of the morning is your day 2 leader, Jason Christie, making that run up the Sabine River. And as we have it, he has finally made it to his area. If you tuned in to Bassmaster Live yesterday, it started immediately. And check this out. Day number 1, his first 6 casts, he had over 12 pounds.
All the twists and turns he has made, and then getting back into this tributary here. Finally ready for Jason Christie set up and fishing.
Gosh darn it. I mean, he hit it on the bank. Dang it. Never got a good hook in him. I mean, it landed in his mouth.
I mean, he threw that spinnerbait right in his mouth. Not good. Not a good start right there.
No, absolutely not. Plenty more casts, and if yesterday and the day before are any measure of what's in there, Jason Christie should treat us to some fish catching in short order here. We'll take a break. We'll be right back.
Live coverage of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Power Pole.
Fourth stop of the year for the Bassmaster Elite Series. The month of March was T for Tennessee, T for Texas in the month of April. We are headed from here in southeast Texas, Orange, Texas, the Sabine River, to legendary Lake Fork. Giant bags of fish will be coming in then. Of course, the century mark will be in jeopardy, as it pretty much always is at that very, very special place.
Exactly right. Really, this is a tournament of strategy. That will be a tournament of you had better catch giants. Taking a look at that leaderboard, Jason Christie and Brock Mosley have not lost their lead and really have not made a single cast yet, but both of them, Jason Christie and Brock Mosley, just getting to their starting areas.
Just got a peek at Jason Christie in his first cast, which wasn't quite able to complete the hookup there.
And looked like a really, really good one. Getting on the other side of Galveston Bay, just south of Houston. Brock Mosley starting to get to work finally here on semifinal Saturday. Really looking at his area, a lot of little dead-end man-made canals, and it seems like the backs of those canals have been the most productive, which we've definitely seen in years past. That's your bird's eye view.
Had some company in here yesterday, 2 boats, which will not be there today.
I was going to say there's 2 keys to this. The weather to allow you to get to Houston over there, and then if you have company, and he won't have company today or shouldn't, because the 2 other anglers fishing in that region did not make the top 49 cut.
See how it
Well,
goes.
one of them did, up by Jason Christie. Brandon Card had a big afternoon yesterday after Jason Christie was on his way back to the weigh-in.
Well, we got good news and we got bad news. So far. Good news is we made it great on gas. Actually got a gallon extra. Bad news is we have arrived and it is flooded. like in the trees. The river's way high, therefore the creek is backing up. Not as much current. You know, and just, there was already a lot of targets. And you can see like all my cut banks and stuff are gone. I mean, for the most part, it's all just in the trees, and that's not what I would like. And, you know, the place right back there where I've been starting a little cut bank, you can't even see it. Got one bite there, 3-pounder, lost it. He just hit me weird. But there's a lot of fish in here. It's going to take me a little while to see if I can figure out where they've gone. I mean, I know where they're going to go. They're going to go. Just don't know if I can get to them, you know. There's still no other place I'd rather be. What commercial is that? No other place I'd rather be. There's something. You know, the current is really slow, and that's where I've been catching them, is in the current eddies, and you know, the spots are in the face of it, and the largemouth have been behind it. So you take current away, you give them 500% more targets. It's going to be interesting. So I guess I don't know if they got a bunch of rain or Toledo just decided to open the gates. I don't know. I mean, I'm throwing at stuff that was 3 foot dry yesterday. You know, and the water's so dirty. I mean, some people probably say, well, back out, you know, and fish where you can. No, this is, I mean, the water's dirty, and I don't have any confidence in that. But we just got here, and we've had one bite, so we just need 5. That's a cool thing about this deal.
Boy, it does look a lot different than it did on day 2 with Jason Christie, and it's gonna, those fish are gonna scatter where they were very, very positioned on days 1 and 2 with that lower water. It was almost spot on predictable where he was gonna get a bite yesterday with a lot less cover in the water. These fish have a lot of room to roam now.
The Toledo he referred to was the famous Toledo Bend Lake Dam, which is a few miles upstream from him. Also some rains in the coastal plain here of East Texas, so could be both of those factors accounting for more water in there. A different look, for sure, with Brock Mosley.
Huh? Oh, good, just because we got the run over with, the run here. A little stiff. But that's why they make ibuprofen. I think I'll have close to 4 hours to fish, maybe, depending on how much weight I got. I mean, even if I don't catch them real well, you know, all I need is 1 or 2 fish probably to make the top 10. So, you know, there's a big pay cut from 11th to 10th. So I still got to make sure I leave myself plenty of time to get back.
Brock Mosley really did a lot of his business yesterday in short order, like he did on day 1, like Jason Christie, and Fishing a half-ounce bladed jig with a Yamamoto Seiko trailer in that exact canal that we see him in right here. And really his bigger ones were in the back of this canal, but the majority of his work is really about the first 45 minutes, a couple small upgrades. That's the reason these guys made these runs. They do not need a lot of time, or at least they didn't need a lot of time on days 1 and 2.
Caught the biggest limit of the tournament so far on day number 1, over 15 and a half pounds. Backed it up with 12.4 yesterday.
And really, Tommy, the rest of the field needs something kind of catastrophic to happen with Jason Christie and Brock Mosley, whether it's they run out of fish or a situation like you see Christie's in, where there is just a very abnormal change that was not foreseen. I mean, nobody thought that water was going to rise 3 feet Christie's area.
Yeah. One key thing is that Brock checked in first flight yesterday, so he knows he can get it done and get back at the earliest check-in, which he'll have today.
Brock Mosley, 3 second-place finishes. Still looking for his first win with the Bassmaster Elite Series and his most recent second place. It was the last stop, Pickwick Lake, Alabama. So he's got to think he's through, and he's put in the work, that's for sure. And hopes he's onto the winning formula, which will stretch for 4 days here.
Gosh, there is no current where Jason Christie is at compared to yesterday. Really, there was no way to even flip a slow-moving bait. There was so much current in there on day 2.
Christie's got some work to do to figure out a different-looking area. Back over to Seth Fighter. He's hooked up. This is live.
All right. Think I will. Think I will. That's a damn pound and 3/4.
Yes, it is. It's a big power move right here with Seth Fighter fishing close to our takeoff. Back to our leaders, Jason Christie, Brock Mosley.
A lot of people have noted that the water was higher today, but not nearly as much as Jason. And Z, to explain that better, it's because he's so far north and it's so narrow in the river and it's so narrow in his canal that it can only go up. It doesn't have anywhere to spread out. It has to go up the banks, which now those fish could be anywhere.
It looks like it spread out quite a bit from yesterday.
Boy, you see all
really,
the sand
Ronnie,
points and snags. It looks nothing like that now.
When he was fishing that left-hand side, if you really looked at it yesterday, you would see there'd be little sandbars, and then there'd be a steeper side, a channel side. That channel side on the left-hand side of that bank where he caught a lot of his fish yesterday, you even heard him make the comment, I don't even think I can get to where these fish have gone.
Back to Fighter now. Just put a good keeper in the boat.
Just on a flat on nothing. That bite. I bet there's a bunch in that pocket, but can't do nothing about that.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Yes, yes.
Come on, another pound and 3/4.
Here's the deal with Seth Fighter right now. Number one, I will tell you, he is not going to leave this area. There's no way he is leaving with what he's doing, especially increasing his size as this morning goes along. And in all honesty, Ronnie, what Seth Fighter needed is what we're seeing, a drastic change with your leader. Whoa, that was a whip.
It's a whip around, yeah.
Yeah, it's one of those things when the gap gets so big from first and second to third throughout the rest of the top 10, they will need a day and a half or 2 days, today and tomorrow, to be able to close that gap. It's not like it's as easy to do in one full day. You got to have 2 days. Yeah.
Those are bites. So you lose that, It stings.
But Christy's going to have a lot more time in there today to, you know, with less current, you'll see either a bait change, a technique change. If there's somebody that could figure that bite out, I mean, that is Jason Christie's wheelhouse. You just feel like somebody else in that top 10, besides Mosley and Christie, has to catch one of those 4 to 5 pounders.
Yeah, and Johnston started with that 3.5 to 4 pounder
Right.
to start, so that is super. That's
huge,
monumental. Yeah. Do you think Christie saved an extra gallon or so of gas because there's not much flow? It's not pushing against him running up there because he's got it dialed in on what RPM and speed he needs to run up there.
That's a good point. Plus, one of the benefits that Christie's also going to have today with time and gas consumption, he's going to be able to go with that north wind, with the current, where yesterday we had a real stiff south wind, which is going to eat up a lot more of his gas. Today's going to be a little bit better conditions for Christie to fish a lot longer than he did yesterday. Back over to Seth Fighter right next to our takeoff.
Oh, yeah, biggin. I don't know how he's got it. I'm gonna grab him. I'm scared.
I'm scared.
Come here. Oh, just barely. Yes. Come on the trailer hook. Just barely got him. Let's go. Biggin.
He's feeling it.
It's a new ball game, guys.
Really close to the lead right now, if not the outright lead. Happened so fast for Seth Fighter. The perfect spot that he has staked out something special here.
Come here.
Why do you feel like we totally have a new tournament now?
Yes.
Not the way we expected to be a new tournament, that's for sure. Things are popping fast on the Sabine, and we'll be right back.
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
Action-packed morning on the always challenging Sabine River here. Day 3 action from the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River. And look at the big change atop the leaderboard. Seth Fighter, close to home, close to the launch, has just been on a tear here.
You know, Tommy Sanders, we're in Orange, Texas, and well, that is exactly where Seth Fighter stayed today. And really the biggest power move of this tournament, taking a look at Brock Mosley all the way down in Houston, Jason Christie up the Sabine with rising water issues. Seth Fighter is going to be the Mercury move of the day, and really the Mercury move of the day is him not moving at all. He started about 200, 300 yards from our takeoff. It started early and often. And here's the biggest thing that we have seen in tournaments past. The area that Brock Mosley has gone to the first 2 days, Tommy, we've seen it run out of fish. We've seen it dwindle by Championship Sunday. Seth Fighter made the comment yesterday, I'm going to start near the takeoff. That's where a lot of his damage was done on day 2. And every single bass that he put in his live well today, right near our takeoff in Orange, Texas. The Mercury move of the day was Seth Fighter burning about 9 drips of gas while the leaders were running 2 to 2.5 hours of 3/8 ounce Bassman spinnerbait. And really, this is setting up perfectly for Seth Fighter right now with Jason Christie and Brock Mosley having an unusual slow start to their day. That's your Mercury move of the day.
Come here. Oh, just barely.
Had a big move for Seth yesterday as well, moving to the top of the Bassmaster Angler of the Year points leaderboard. Look at the way his fish catches played out this morning, that most recent flurry. That's been the big difference maker, especially a 3-pounder, which is huge.
And you are not going to see Seth Fighter roll at all. He knows that there was another big bag caught in this area yesterday afternoon. Everything setting up perfectly for Seth Feider here on semifinal Saturday. And really, Ronnie Moore, you nailed it. Man, just flurries of bites. And that's what we got to see with Seth Feider all morning long. It's your Mercury move of the day.
Let's look at another angler from our top 10 to start the day. Florida's John Cox. Having a good tournament here, solid.
Yesterday, though, they just barely grab it. Got him on the jerk shad. That's why he wasn't getting the frog. Look at that giant. I was wondering. We're just gonna stick with it, I think, because I think if there's any big ones left, they'll probably come up and eat it. But that's number one there. Look at that giant.
John Cox fishing in the mouth of the Natchez River. Back over to Lee Livesey, who really started just around the corner from your leader, Seth Feider. Now, the only problem these guys have fishing right around the takeoff, they are highly cannibalizing each other right now.
That little guy, but he's 3. He was way inside of a tree.
Little bit ain't a total danger.
No, he's not. He's bigger than my 2 dinks I had yesterday. For sure. Inside that branch. Up here. So that gives me all the confidence in the world to fish all that pocket I started in. Like, there's fish in there. There's 15 pounds in here somewhere. Just got to get lucky and catch a big one and a couple of decent ones. You just got to fish all day. That's the deal. Like, that ain't no.
And see, the flip side is it's also a bonus these guys are fishing so close because they're allowing their main areas to maybe rest with only half the field fishing. Maybe it's refreshing and they can go at it tomorrow in their main areas.
Absolutely, given their primary areas a day of rest.
Yeah, made a little move downriver. The stretch I caught them all off yesterday was covered up with boats. Decided to kind of abandon it for the time. Hopefully some of those guys will clear out and we can go back. Made a little move downriver and caught 2 quality fish right away. One great big one, almost a 3-pounder. And feeling good about the day. We got a lot of time. I got probably 3 fish I can weigh in. I think I need about 10 pounds to make it to tomorrow. So I got 3 that are on par with that. And we got all day to catch 2 big ones. Oh, he did it right there. He didn't get it. Kind of acted like a big one too.
Always a good time in Orange, Texas. There was a huge concert. Louisiana Music Hall of Fame band, bag of donuts, and there's rumors that there was a lot of our anglers at that concert last night that was absolutely off the chain. Bag of donuts playing after the day 2 weigh-in.
How about that?
Yeah, Orange, Texas is a special place. 4 times now, Bassmaster Elite Series has visited this place. As challenging as the fishery is, it's even more awesome when it comes to the fans. The fans are incredible here. They are bass fishing crazy, and we got a bass fishing crazy day going on right now with Seth Feider coming from back in the pack to take over on day number 3. What will happen next? We will return to the Sabine River in just a moment.
Live coverage of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Power Pole.
Well, tonight, the NASCAR Cup Series moves to FS1, where we could see our 8th different winner of the season. Catch all the action from Martinsville with the Blue Emu Maximum Pain Relief 500 tonight at 7 Eastern on FS1 and anywhere on the Fox Sports app. Big sports day and night coming up. Taking you back down to our vast playing field here, 500 square miles in southeast Texas. And there's 3 guys who our eyes are on. Christie at the top, way up the Sabine River. Brock Mosley, cross country all the way to Houston. And Seth Feider on fire right near Orange, Texas.
It has been a drastic shift in this tournament early this morning. Jason Christie and Brock Mosley. This time yesterday, both of them were already approaching their 5 bass limit. Both of them right now sitting on 0.
This is Wes.
It was cool to talk to Jason Christie about his mindset coming into this tournament. Seth Feider hooked up again.
See, he got it. I mean, got it. I mean, I can't even keep him. I want to turn away. That's the problem with the trailer hook.
Back up to KJ Queen. KJ with 4.
What is it? 3.
Check that 3, sorry.
Man, I missed one yesterday on that tree right there. It's a decent fish.
Yes, sir, there she is, too.
That's awesome.
Number 4.
Good for him. Good tournament for the Bassmaster rookie. Back over to Caleb Kufall from Wisconsin.
3 small ones in the boat at this point.
I think I might measure him. He's long. All of 12 inches.
One's going to make it for Caleb Kufall. Make 4 keepers for him. Our leaders again, Seth Feider, first place on top.
There's so much bait here in these canals. My graph just lights up.
So the 2 biggest differences today, obviously, Jason Christie's area, really, really rising water affecting where those fish were very target-oriented yesterday. You can almost predict every bite he would get. There was just the best way to put it with Jason Christie, there was just a lot less cover in his area on days 1 and 2. And again, with Brock Mosley, we have seen this area fizzle out after 2 or 3 days of fishing. And the area that Brock Mosley's fishing, man, there's really 2 or 3 man-made canals where we've seen in years past, where we've seen this year, that tend to play. It's not like it's, a 10-mile stretch. It's not that. It's, 2 or 3 canals that are 300 or 400 yards long. That's really all the area that Brock Mosley is fishing.
In years past, the anglers went a little bit further back up the creek, if I recall correctly.
A little bit, yeah. But again, Such, we have to hit this, that Yep, we saw good stringers days 1, 2, a little bit on 3, but by days 4 down there past that Galveston Bay, that area has died in years past.
Well, you can see Jason Christie's dilemma pretty dramatically. All those hard edges that help you find fish are kind of overrun with water now, and he's just got to figure out something different.
Gosh, it just looks like Jason Christie is in a totally different area than we got to see him all day yesterday.
Caleb Summerall continues his climb from 12th. He just caught a 1.5 pounder. He's in 3rd place right now. He's got about almost 9 pounds on the day.
Yeah,
in
had a
3rd
big one
place
to start his day. Almost 4 pounds.
He's our Phoenix Boats Big Bass leader so far.
Boy, how huge can that 3-pounder that Christie lost on his first cast be later today? Uh-huh.
He's just not even swinging on anything. Just nothing there.
And let's set up Brock Mosley, Tommy. By the time he got to the back of that canal yesterday, he was on fish number 5.
Yeah. Had good ones too.
Said he caught his limit on day 1 in 20 minutes.
Take it back. KJ Queen, we just saw him catch his 4th keeper moments ago.
Oh, he's got the safety off. KJ Queen's had a very good tournament here, fishing around a lot of other competition, and really, in a nutshell, he outfished a lot of the other anglers around him the first 2 days of this event.
Being left alone.
So that fighter hooked up again.
This guy that runs this boat always drops like the biggest wake when he comes by you.
He's got 2 fish, about 1.25 pounds in his limit of 5.
So if he can find that this one is bigger than one of those, he will upgrade, release one of the smaller fish, and gain the ounces.
He, John Cruz, and Ray Hanselman are the only ones who have filled their 5-fish limits today so far.
Seriously, how improbable was this? Christie and Mosley getting to their areas and not catching a bass in the first 30 minutes.
They were the story.
Because they throttled them.
The story the first 2 days. Yes, a totally unexpected turn of events right here. today belongs to this man, Seth Feider, the points leader and Bassmaster Angler of the Year to start the day. He gets started with a big push toward a victory here.
Just barely got him. Let's go. Let's go.
Gosh, and he chopped that lead down all morning long.
Keep your eyes on Seth Feider. We'll be doing that for you here today. You can count on that. Can Christie figure it out? Caleb Sumrall starting the day with the giant fish. He's moved way up the leaderboard, and Brock Mosley also looking for his first keeper of the day after a long trip to the suburbs of Houston, Texas. So many stories working. We'll take a break and be right back.
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
Right in the middle of our Texas swing here on the Bassmaster Elite Series, we're going to return to the Lone Star State for no less than the World Championship of Fishing, the Academy Sports and Outdoors Bassmaster Classic, presented by Hook, 11th through the 13th of June. Lake Ray Roberts will be the playing field, and of course, great host city for the first time ever at great sports town, Fort Worth, Texas. So many bass fans in that area. That's going to be a no-brainer. The brand new Dickies Arena, it will be a great time. Scheduled for earlier this year, move so we can get more of the fans in to enjoy that once-in-a-lifetime sort of experience.
This week we're in Orange, Texas. Get back over to Brock Mosley. Slow morning so far, but inviting everybody to that Bassmaster Classic, Tommy. We're going to be there and inviting everybody to weigh in later today in Orange, Texas. Boy, it was off the chain yesterday, off the charts all day long on Friday. Back over to Brock Mosley live.
There he is. That's a good one. Good one. Stay hooked up. Not even bigger than that, but it's a solid one. It's gonna be close to 2.
Good keeper for Brock Mosley.
Felt bigger than that. Hit it as soon as it hit the water. Pound and 3/4.
Just tied back for the lead.
Lift for the spirits there. Brock Mosley probably at a time when you need it after that long trip and some sort of fruitless searching there for too many minutes. Back to KJ Queen. 4 fish in the boat.
That's a good one. Oh, never mind. He'll call that one out there.
Excuse me, 5 fish in the boat. I can't get his numbers right here. He's looking to cull. He's looking to see if this one's bigger than one of the 5 he has in his live well.
He's got 2 listed at 8 ounces.
He's definitely 12.
2 of them.
Queen, one of the anglers that actually said, man, I had a good practice. A lot of bites fishing in the Natchez River.
Well, you mentioned how he's outfished so many guys. Now he's got less company today, making his case that he's ready to go for the top 10.
And really, KJ Queen just has not done a lot of running around. You know, if you look at a lot of the leaders in this tournament, getting into one area and bunkering in.
Telling you, wait until that tide starts falling. I'm not even 100% sure it's moving right now. Fish never bite very well on the slack tide, so I think the best part of that was a big one. Big one. Hit it right at the boat. Yeah. Best part of my day is gonna be when the tide falls out. Or not falls out. We ain't gonna be here when it falls out, but when it starts dropping at the end of my time here today.
Dang. Mississippi native, played for Ole Miss. Baseball, fishing too.
Well, a couple big missed opportunities for Brock Mosley and Jason Christie early today.
Mm-hmm. That was very professional-like. That's why you don't throw behind you right there. Oh, come on.
Brock Mosley just, as we saw, that one keeper of his, put him back in the lead. That's
Gotta wait till the tide to start falling.
That's how advantageous his position was to start this day. He had done so much of the important work, and ditto for Jason Christie. He just got to get something going.
Yeah, and it's going to be hard for Seth to gain a lot more weight. You know, Seth's almost between 9 and 10 pounds. And these guys, really, if they're just to scare a 5 bass limit today, they'll be right back in the driver's seat.
Yeah, Fighter started 8 pounds, 5 ounces back of Christie in the lead. Mosley was only 1-1 back. Third place Kufal was 6-12 back, so they had pulled away somewhat.
And how weird is it, Christie losing one in the first 3 casts, has not had a bite since.
Night and day difference between today and when we watched him yesterday. Catching him at a rate that was so far outstripping anyone else in the whole tournament, it was ridiculous.
And that exact stretch of bank that Christie's on yesterday, we saw him catch 2 or 3 of his better size fish on.
The stats had him catching 11 fish yesterday. He had 3 in a row, like fish coming across Bass Track. He had 3 of them consecutively.
Back to now.
Getting back.
Second place, Seth Fighter.
Good look, Seth fishing within just a couple miles of our takeoff today. Area getting a lot of pressure from some of the anglers in the top 50. Needed to be in the top 50 to fish here on semifinal Saturday. And the other benefit that Seth Fighter is going to have today, fishing as close as he is to our takeoff, he's going to have like 4 to almost 5 hours of extra fishing time than Jason Christie and Brock Mosley.
Put himself in a good position. Certainly hasn't gotten the full job done now. As Ronnie Moore says, it's going to take him probably multiple days of excelling like this if he wants to hold that blue trophy at the end of it all. But that's the goal. All 49 anglers out there today trying to get in the top 10. That's today's goal. We will find out more about that in just a moment.
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
Well, today on FS1, AL West rivals squaring off as Matt Chapman leads the A's against Jose Altuve and the Astros. Coverage begins today, 3 p.m. Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app. That all going down about a couple hours west of here. Got some fishing going on a couple hours west of here as well. A couple hours from our fantastic host city of Orange, Texas, much beloved by the anglers, and the folks in Orange love the fans for sure. So let's launch into it right now. We give you sort of a lowdown on what's going on this most eventful morning with our Yamaha midday report. Of course, we started out with 2 leaders. Number 1, Jason Christie, a pound ahead of the rest of the field after 15-1 on day 1 and 13-14 on day number 2. Right behind him, a pound back, was Brock Mosley.
Exactly right. Taking a look at what it looks like on our map. You see Seth Feider fishing just outside of Orange, Texas. Jason Christie up the Sabine River a couple hours, and well, Brock Mosley running all the way down to Houston through the Intercoastal and Galveston Bay. And it's the damage that Brock Mosley and Jason Christie did not only on day 2 that we're going to take a peek at right here, but every time we're at a tournament on the Sabine River, it's like, man, you've got to catch one big stringer, which Brock Mosley did on day number 1, 15 pounds and 10 ounces, and backed it up yesterday with 12 pounds and 4 ounces, and did most of that damage really in the first 45 minutes when he got to the starting area. Half-ounce jackhammer bladed jig, and like a lot of other fishermen, Brock Mosley had to outfish a little bit of competition in that area. A couple more anglers in the Bassmaster Elite Series deciding to make that run. Living with that bladed jig, making small upgrades. And the whole story of this tournament so far, both Jason Christie and Brock Mosley backing up that big day 1 stringer.
Doesn't have that company in here today. The field, of course, has been reduced by half. Day 2, sort of confirming that he made the right decision to make that long run, to take on that amount of risk, spotting the rest of the field. Hours of fishing, and the same story for Jason Christie.
Jason Christie fishing in 1 ditch up the Sabine River. And look at how different it looks in there yesterday. Very target-oriented, a lot of current in there yesterday, made the fish very predictable. Jason Christie almost could call his shots. There was just a lot less cover, a lot less flooded wood yesterday. Jason Christie, like Brock Mosley, getting his work done in about 45 minutes to an hour. Half-ounce covert booyah spinnerbait. Really, we didn't see him throw another bait all day long. But look at all of that current. That was the number 1 key. It really positioned these fish on the backside of a lot of that cover. That is not the case here for Jason Christie today. And the benefit that he had yesterday, he was catching a lot of spotted bass, just keeper 13 to 14-inch spotted bass, backed up with bigger than average size largemouth. Not the case so far, at least so far, for Jason Christie.
The best day we have seen so far here on day number 3, without a doubt. The man who got out of bed this morning, and he was the leader in our Bassmaster Angler of the Year points race. Well, he set about to prove why that is early on today. Seth Feider.
And really the benefit that Seth Feider had earlier today, his primary spot that he caught him on day number 1, it's a low tide deal. And he said, man, my window is about 30 minutes. He said, I really have nothing else to do but to fish around the boat ramp. We saw him do this yesterday and earlier today, a 3/8 ounce Bassman spinnerbait. Number 1 weapon for Seth Feider. And the biggest thing that we've seen on so many of the title fisheries on the Bassmaster Elite Series, you see guys go on real quick flurries. Well, that was the case for Seth Feider, chasing down your leaders, Brock Mosley and Jason Christie.
Yes, yes.
This right here is Seth Feider's biggest fish so far, and no doubt about it, Seth Feider's going to need one or two more bites, just like that one that caught about 30 minutes ago.
Just barely got him. Let's go. Let's go.
Perfect execution for Seth Feider. Hasn't lost a fish today. Just steady, steady. Upgrade all day long. We go back to Brock Mosley today.
That's a good one. Good one.
There's a wild coming.
Keeper number one for Brock Mosley missed a good fish on the other side of that canal. But one fish in Brock Mosley's live well, 0 for Jason Christie.
Yamaha midday report, Brock Mosley with that fish regains the lead only by ounce. Well, looks like a tie, actually now a statistical tie with Seth Feider. These are unofficial weights, by the way, by a bass track. None of that's confirmed until we get back to the weigh-in coming up at 3 p.m. local time, Central Time, here in Orange, Texas. Back down to Brock Mosley.
You heard Brock say he needs that water to fall out a little bit. Pretty much at a slack tide right now, a higher tide. You know, and really going off of yesterday, day 2 of competition with Brock. Outside of that first canal that we saw him fish earlier today, we didn't see many fish catches.
Well, it's big enough to get us in the top 10 if we make it back. I think it might not be.
Boy, he doesn't know it, but those fish, as small as they are, those are huge right now.
It's right about that top 10 too. That should do it for him. He's going to be doing his best to grind out 5 here, though.
Just a pounder. You would think I would know my numbers by now, but I don't.
Back to Caleb Kufall, Wisconsin's second-year man. Still trying to flesh out his limit. He's got 4 in the live well.
Thought there should be one in there. Worth measuring.
That is by far the most interesting hook set in the history of the Bassmaster Tournament Trail.
It is so economical, so stealthy. Caleb Kufall.
And accurate, and very accurate and reliable.
As near as we can tell, he is mistake-free through 2 and almost 2.5 days. Here on this Bassmaster Elite Series, event number 4 on the Sabine River.
Live coverage of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Power Pole.
$4 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 local time. Bassmaster.com is where you can find that. We will take our field from 49 all the way down to 10. Only 10 have a shot at that big trophy coming up Championship Sunday.
Really the story of this semifinal Saturday is that leaderboard has tightened up in a big way. Really the lead that Jason Christie and Brock Mosley had over the rest of the field that was left fishing today, 50 anglers. I did not see this coming where it tightened up as quickly, for the simple fact that I thought that Brock Mosley or Jason Christie would knock their lights out in the first 30 minutes of when they got to their areas.
Well, it hasn't happened for them, but as we've mentioned before today, they have done the great work so far in this tournament to give themselves some security, even in the face of adversity, which they've both faced upon arriving at their special spots. Our marathon peak performance, then, is going to be Brock Mosley.
Yeah, taking a look at Brock Mosley, catching over 15 pounds of bass, which is a huge stringer here on the Sabine River. Big wins were predicted on day number two, and Brock Mosley told us, Tommy Sanders, you noticed, said there is no way that I am going back on day number 2, and that's where he did a lot of damage, making that run, making that call with 5 minutes before our blast off yesterday.
Oh God, that's a big one.
Making the run through the intercoastal to Galveston Bay, getting it done. It's been slower today to fish in Brock Mosley's live well, but really the peak performance, I think, was making the call to come back here on day number 2. That is your marathon peak performance.
These tournaments are 4 days, not 1 or not 2. It's a 4-day campaign to get it done, and the jury's still out as to whether that's going to work out for Brock Mosley or, in fact, Jason Christie. And you say things have been turned a little topsy-turvy today, but these guys have gotten the job done in fine fashion the first couple of days.
Yeah, and it's a little bit scary that he did not get many bites in that primary man-made canal in his first 30 minutes today, but a really, really solid day 2 stringer, keeping him at the top of the leaderboard. That's your marathon peak performance.
Again, it was a while, a good while, before this first keeper came on for Brock Mosley.
Keeper number 1 right here. Took him about 45 minutes to get that first bite. Missed a good fish right after that. Keeper number 2 for Brock Mosley, not a big one. And he said, man, it's only about a pound, pound and a quarter, but that fish right now, huge for Brock Mosley.
3 times a second-place finisher in his relatively young career. As a Bassmaster Elite Series angler, the most recent second place was the last tournament just 2 weeks ago. Alabama, Tennessee, and Mississippi, where the Pickwick Road flows on the Tennessee River.
He went into the
Kind of
weigh-in as our leader on Bass
gonna
Track.
Win that tournament.
So you're talking about
Brock Mosley
tightening it
looking.
up. See, the
Go ahead,
leaderboard tightening up. Caleb Summerall just landed his limit fish. He's got our big bag of the day, 9.5 pounds. 4th place, he's less than 2 pounds behind Mosley. And Brett Pruitt just snuck into our top 10 again. He's 10th with his limit fish. You're talking about Mosley playing baseball. Then you look at Jason Christie, 3rd. He was a college basketball player. Summerall was baseball. Chris Johnston, minor league hockey.
Couple 3-pounders.
Livesey, football, college football. Pruitt, baseball. Some athletes in there. I think Seth Feider was a hacky sack champ, Z.
Oh, wait a minute.
Man, it just looks like a different world that Jason Christie is in right here.
That really looks like he took a wrong turn.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes. That is a great way to put it.
Thank you.
Hardly any current in there and 1,000% more flooded timber. And really the benefit that Christie had yesterday, those fish just didn't have as much to get on. You know what I mean? There was just so much less flooded cover.
I think the wind's it's supposed to be worse at 10 a.m. than at 12 or at noon. cameraman keeps looking at flags and starts sweating.
Brock Mosley talking about that north wind that they're going to have to run across Galveston Bay on the way home. Not going to be a fun ride.
No, no. Not as bad as you put it, the south or southeast wind was a couple of days ago, but still of concern.
Oh, God. That's a big one. That's a big one. It's a bass. Oh, my God.
Not good. Not a bass, but it's a good catfish.
Good one.
Actually, no, it's actually not even a good catfish.
That's an eater. That's a fiddler, right?
Catfish.
That's exactly right.
There's your catfish, Lee Livesey. God, never. I was thinking redfish. I wasn't thinking catfish.
And at least so far here on semifinal Saturday, what the rest of the field needed to happen with the two anglers that were running away from this tournament so far today, what they needed to happen has exactly happened.
Yeah, that was really their only hope.
Slow down. Yes.
Yeah,
yes.
A stumble, a bit of a stumble is what they needed. You got that right. They got it.
And this tournament is playing out like so many of the events that we have seen on the Sabine in years past. It's like the guys that fish near Orange, at least within an hour of Orange, need to sustain those blows the first 2 days of the anglers that decide to make those monster runs. And that is
the locals have 5 hours.
How it is played out.
Well, tomorrow we'll be with you again right here, same time for 3 hours of coverage on the Sabine River. Weigh-in coming up this afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 3 o'clock Central, but 8 o'clock. We'll be with you on Fox Sports. Fox Sports 1's Fox Sports app as well, so going to be a big final wrap-up Championship Sunday for the 4th stop of the year on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Jeff Fighter making a big noise today for sure. Brock Mosley starting to claw his way back a little bit. What happened for Jason Christie? We'll see you tomorrow morning right here at FS1.
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to our continued coverage. We want to welcome all our viewers that have been watching this morning on FS1. Here we are at the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the game. But the real game is happening right there in our playing field, the Sabine River. And I'm going to welcome in Bassmaster Classic champion Davey Height. What a playing field it is. And as you can see, some weather moving our direction, a slick line of we're being told it is wind. We'll find out what it is. But if you look behind us, it looks mighty, mighty ominous right now, Davey Height.
It really does. And just one more change for the day. The big change, in my opinion, is Jason Christie's area. Boy, when you look at that, it is so different looking than what we've seen the last 2 days. And it looked like Jason Christie could do no wrong. He was catching, probably 20 bass a day for the first 2 days, gets to his area after the long run, and the water's about 3 foot higher, and a very, very different day for Jason Christie so far.
Well, let's catch up with what's been going on all day long with our Toyota midday report. Jason Christie, obviously the tournament leader after day number 2. I spent a little time talking to him, Davey, and man, he took some serious precautions to lighten his boat so that run would not hinge him, and also the run being a player for Brock Mosley.
Yeah, it looked like Jason Christie, the only really hurdle he had was to get to and from his area, just loaded with fish, and no one expected to see what we saw today when Jason Christie got to his area, the water about 3 foot higher, and you just think, well, there's no way he's going to not be able to catch his limit. Only had one bite so far today and lost it about a 3-pounder, and what a big fish that could be by the end of this tournament.
It really, and speaking of big, this venue this week here in Orange, Texas, unbelievable crowds we've had, and you can hear the band warming up behind us. This party just getting started as we move into the weekend here on semifinal Saturday. And there is a look at our playing field, and you see 1 and 2 separated by polar opposite locations.
Yeah, they're about, as a crow flies, about 130 miles away. Brock Mosley going over almost to Houston, about a 110-mile run. And this is some footage from day 2 yesterday. Brock Mosley using a 1/2-ounce vibrating jig with a Yamamoto Sako trailer, all white, and boy, he made it look easy once he got over there. It only took him about an hour to get his limit. Today hasn't been quite so good for him, but I did hear him mention we just need the tide to pull out and this water to get a little bit lower. Luckily for him, the tide should pull that water out of there, but we just don't know about Jason Christie, where he's at so far up the Sabine River.
We've seen this happen before, Davey, where an angler has made that gamble on the Houston run, and it always seems to peter out. Why does that happen?
Well, it's just a small area. It's a small area, and there's only a few other fishermen there. But when you put 3 elite anglers in just a few small dead-end man-made canals, these fish, they just don't seem to replenish over there like a lot of the other places. And the time of year has a lot to do with that also. If this was pre-spawn and the water temperature was warming, you could maybe expect more fish to be moving into those dead-end canals. A lot of those fish that Brock Mosley is catching have been there, and there's no fish to replenish them.
5-time Bassmaster winner Jason Christie. Yesterday, it seemed like literally he had limitless amounts of fish, but the important thing to watch is what that spot looks like yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. This is a good shot here of day 2. Jason Christie catching fish. He basically called his shot where the current was hitting these isolated pieces of cover. And you see all those trees that are high and dry right now? Well, today those trees are in the water, and those fish spread out so much. There's still a lot of fish in that area, but when you have that low water like Jason Christie has had on day 1 and day 2, it's easy to pinpoint those fish. Now with that water up, those fish have so many places to spread out, and it's just not as easy to get those fish to bite when you don't really know what target they're holding on. You see that little small drain? It's so obvious with the water low. With the water 3 foot higher, you don't even realize that drain's there. You don't know to cast to it.
With a giant geographical playing field like these anglers are fishing, this is what you're going to deal with too. The opportunity of things changing, being totally different conditions from one angler than the other. And the best thing to do in that situation, I mean, I learned a long time ago, just stay home. Just enjoy why don't you just stay home? And that's exactly what our unofficial Angler of the Year leader, Seth Feider, did in this tournament.
Yeah, Seth Feider making all the right decisions here so far this year, obviously by leading our Angler of the Year, but certainly made the right decision yesterday. He was a late boat, one of the last few boats leaving out yesterday. He decided to just go right across from takeoff, caught his limit in about an hour on day 2, but today, just as well, it just took him a little bit longer. Does have a little more company over there today, but Seth Feider getting it done, making a smart decision not to go but about a half a mile from takeoff.
Made a smart move indeed, and with that extra time earlier today, he was our unofficial leader for a little while. While he took advantage of that extra time, Brock Mosley still running. Seth Feider took the lead, and now Brock Mosley has worked his way back into the lead. But every single time we've seen this gamble, it's a teeter-totter that goes on. Will the long run pay off, or will it be one close to home, which the home angler seems to have the streak going here in this tournament.
Yeah, they really, really do. The long runs just haven't worked out in the past, like you mentioned, Dave. But the great thing about these elite tournaments are 4 days, and just when you think you've got it figured out who's going to win the event, it's only halftime starting today. We're just almost midway through the 3rd quarter, so to speak, so a lot of things certainly could change.
See this footage of Brock Mosley earlier today, and man, what a run Mosley is on. You know, to get a second in our last event and to be back in contention here, I mean, you want to talk about, and it's incredible. I mean, literally, I think he's made 5 top 10s in his last 10 tournaments, which is unbelievable.
It really, really is. We'll see how it all plays out, but you can tell the pressure over there in that area that Brock Mosley and just a few other of our anglers have been fishing. You can tell it's really hurt the population, and there's no fish returning. But the thing about Brock Mosley and Jason Christie, they built up a healthy lead yesterday, and they're still right there. They just got to catch a few fish.
Now, we talked about how the water looked yesterday for Jason Christie. Let's check in on what the water looks like today.
Sorry, but easy, 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 easy. $10. But that's number 1. We need to go up this thing. That's all. That's what's. I mean, like, we're just now starting to get back to some consistent water, and we may not get another bite. That's what my gut told me to do when I saw the water, but you know, you've caught so many fish, you'd think, oh, they're just gonna move up. On this stretch here, there'd be 3 or 4 seams, current seams, and now there's 20. It scatters everything. Not as confined. I just don't know what caused it. I mean, Toledo just had to
Finally a start.
Open up is the only really, unless, I mean, we got some rain last night, but no.
Finally a start for Christie, and to put his situation in other sports terms, Davey, I mean, it's basically like you played the first half of the football game and the field was 100 yards, but overnight the field flooded and now it's 1,000 yards.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it, Dave. Finally, the first keeper in the boat for Jason Christie. I'm sure that's a shock to him as well as everyone watching. If you were able to watch yesterday and see how many fish that Jason Christie was catching, every 3 or 4 minutes he was putting another fish in the boat, and never would have dreamed it would take him till a little after 10 o'clock to put his first keeper in the boat today. But you can tell the water is higher. I think what he was mentioning there, he's farther up in this creek, and maybe with a lot of water being released from Toledo Bend, that water hasn't pushed back in this creek quite as far. Jason Christie with another fish.
That's got to be number 2. Yeah. Oh, red eyes. They got some red eyes. Red eyes in this creek. It's a lucky jerky. That's why I need you to eat meat for one day.
Can we just take one bite for you?
Just, I mean, you ain't even got to eat it. Just move it around your mouth and.
Took a while to get going, but just like that, look who's back on top. Jason Christie trying to encourage his camera guy to not eat. That's how important the lack of weight in that boat is, man, he told me some of the tricks he did this morning. We'll let you in on them as we continue our coverage right here at the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River. Sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022.
Live coverage of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Power Pole.
Back here in beautiful Orange, Texas for the fourth stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, but let's leave Orange, Texas and travel all the way to Houston, Texas, where Brock Mosley, our day one leader in this tournament, has done his damage. And the story this week, Davey Height, has been the long run versus the short run. Can you stay home and get it done, or do you got to make the long run like Brock Mosley has?
Well, day 1 and 2, it certainly looked like the long run was the ticket. Brock Mosley running over 100 miles away from takeoff here in Orange, Texas, about 110, 115 miles. Jason Christie, day 2 leader, running the other direction, going north up the Sabine River, traveling as far as he could physically go with the amount of fuel in his boat. Literally, he said he had 1/2 of a gallon left yesterday when he got back to check in.
Brock Mosley, a 3-time Elite Series bridesmaid, and his most recent second place finish, obviously at our last event on Pickwick Lake. And ironically, for an angler from Mississippi, this is the first time we've seen him in contention for a title, and he's actually not catching smallmouth bass.
Yeah, it's always been really amazing that when we watch him, even in Alabama, he was catching smallmouth bass there on Pickwick, and a lot of really nice smallmouth bass. I'm just really concerned watching Brock Mosley here. I see these same dead-end canals that he's fishing over and over again, and you just, in the past, they just haven't replenished. When you get to day 3 and day 4, the anglers that have traveled over there would have a tough time trying to fill a limit.
Obviously a little more weather here today, moving through the entire area. It seems a bunch of different weather. We'll see how that affects things, but let's hop over to Elite Series rookie, former Bethel University angler, KJ Queen.
Yeah, baby. That's what I'm talking about. Heck yeah. It's a good one. I ain't got to put no cold tag on him. You gotta figure out which one's smallest.
Wow, let's take another look at that one, Davey. A big bite for Elite Series rookie KJ Queen.
Yeah, good solid fish for him here. I don't know if he was sight fishing that fish or what, but you could tell his body language. He knew it was a good one when he set the hook, and maybe he missed that fish earlier, or maybe he was looking at him. There are some of these fish that are spawning. Brandon Cobb talked about fishing for some fish an hour or two to try to get one fish to bite on day 1.
Incredible rookie class this year, and with that, let's have a Seagar Bassmaster rookie watch. And man, that leaderboard just keeps changing. Just a day later, and back in the lead, Brian New, Justin Ham. I mean, you look at that list, Davey. I'm happy to have you here, but as a former competitor, maybe you're happy to be here.
Well, you're right. Every single year, it looks like you can't beat this group of rookies that have joined the Bassmaster Elite Series. And this year, certainly no different. Maybe even better when the rookie Brian New comes to the first ever Bassmaster Elite Series tournament in his career and leaves with the blue trophy.
Well, I just caught a good fish, about a 3-pounder. I was actually fished past this fish, went down the bank fishing, and looked back and seen where he hit on the tree. That fish come back up and hit on that tree, and sorry, hold on one sec. And I turned back around, went over to it, and cast it up there, and that fish was there, bit, and put her in the boat. But that gives me one good one. And I got the 4 other ones are just, you know, just all right fish, but I got to catch 4 more like that to be able to jump back up to get to the top. So I'm gonna keep grinding. Hopefully I can get 4 more of them.
Strong rookie here, KJ Queen. These rookies don't sneak up on us in the Bassmaster Elite Series. We know that they've earned their way to get here with a lot of credentials.
You've heard of a long-toothed rookie. Well, let's meet a long-haired rookie in Matthew Robertson, self-proclaimed king of the trailer park, proudly.
Oh.
Thank you so much. I don't know if we're gonna run. Don't know if we're running or not now. Just green goes, right? Yep. I know the live wells are full. Oh, come off. You gotta be kidding me. Now I gotta find that sucker. That'd be all right. Stick that behind the seat.
Holes in his mouth.
KJ Queen currently 5th place unofficially with a good solid fish a few minutes ago. Matt Robertson's not the only angler to say, and I don't know if I'm going to make that run today. He and about a dozen other boats started within sight of takeoff, and most of them have put a few fish in live well. Seth Fighter with a good solid limit.
Showing how strong that rookie class is. You know, that's two of our rookies inside the top 10 just here in this event. But speaking of long-haired anglers, he is, you know, the king of the mullet militia, Seth Fighter.
Got almost 10 pounds in the boat, which is what I thought I need to make it. I'd feel better with a little more. I got about 9 3/4. Got one good fish so far and a few I can weigh in. I got one real little one I'd like to get rid of, but you know, running down the bank, fishing a spinnerbait at anything in the water. I made one little move that was pretty key. The stretch I started out on was getting a lot of pressure. Made a little move down the river and caught 2 good fish right away. Still on that bank. It hasn't been as productive as I like, but at this moment I feel like I'm just one good bite away from being where I need to be. If I could catch a 3+ or a couple 2s, I'd have a good bag. So just gonna keep grinding on it. I think I'm committed at this point. I got a bad feeling that the tide's gonna get super low today with the north wind and the tide going out at the same time. So I had one other spot I was thinking about running to, but there's a chance I might get stuck coming out of there. So I got enough right now where it's too risky to go there. And like I said, I'm just one good bite away from having a big bag and making that 10 cut. So
not going to make any gambles anymore today, and we're just going to stay here and grind. Nice thing is a few of the people that started up here have cleared out, so there should be a little more room to work where I have been fishing. I'm about to go back down that in a minute here. I'm just going to run this up a ways and try to catch one more good one.
Always one more good one. Try to catch one more good one, but he's certainly got a good start with 10 pounds. A lot of fishing time left today.
This is a big spot.
Well, look out, here comes Christy.
And they're shallow. I mean, like, they don't even let you turn the spinnerbait blades. We're gonna put him on the big side the way the things are going. It was a lucky jerky. I'm gonna eat that whole bag before the day's over with. Gosh darn it. I mean, he hit it on the bank.
This is how it all started for him early today. His first cast lost that 3, but then made some adjustments and basically followed that water back, right, Davey?
Yeah, the day started off, unfortunately, he lost that fish, but he got a bite right when he got to his area, and it looked like, here we go again. Jason Christie's going to catch him at will, but then it was 10 o'clock before he put his first fish in the boat. This is the third one. He's had 3 good solid bites just in about the last 20 minutes. So Jason Christie has gotten in a little farther upstream and certainly looks like he's going to be able to fill out a limit, which will go a long, long way. They had built a lead. He and Brock Mosley had built a lead, a cushion, so to speak, where even though Seth Fighter had a great start this morning, it's hard for them to make up that gap if something doesn't go wrong for Jason Christie and Brock Mosley. But I don't know if I would say something's gone wrong, but it's not as easy as it has been for Jason Christie, and certainly not Brock Mosley either.
That first one, sometimes there's a sign, sometimes there's a decoy. He said as soon as he got there, he felt like he should follow that water back. He knew it, but he stayed there because he had caught so many fish. But you think if that first bite doesn't happen, he makes that adjustment quicker, but most likely. But being Jason Christie, you knew he'd make the adjustment. He's figured it out. And
yeah, you can see right here that when he can reach the bank, throw to the bank, he'll be in good shape.
Well, Jason Christie had to make adjustments, but he's back on top with 33 pounds, 15 ounces. And Brock Mosley, who left the dock in second place, back in second place. And the guy who decided to stay close to home and play it safe, our unofficial Angler of the Year leader, the amazing fighter man, Seth Fighter, here at the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022.
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
The crowd slowly starting to stream in here in beautiful Orange, Texas, getting ready to see the show that's going to happen when our anglers make it back here for weigh-in this afternoon. Of course, this is the 4th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And man, you got to make it inside that top 10, and that's a look at our top 10 right now. And back on top of the leaderboard, after making some adjustments, is Jason Christie.
Yeah, Jason Christie, if you're just tuning in, this morning was a very, very different look for him where he had been fishing the previous 2 days. Obviously, he went back there just like the leader should, but when he got there, the water, according to him, he said was about 3 foot higher. So he's fishing below the Toledo Bend Dam. Evidently, a lot of water was released from there, and the backwater area that he is fishing off of the Sabine River was very different for him. But just since 10 o'clock, Jason Christie has put 3 fish in the boat.
life is better with this guy. So let's join some John Cox. I mean, who doesn't want to join John Cox?
Hey. Number 3 right there. Look at that giant. Oh my gosh, that's the one I let go yesterday. Oh my gosh. This is the same fish I let go yesterday. I called him out right at the end of the day. That is never a good sign. Catching the same one, that means. Oh, yeah, we better just lay him in there without any float. Well, that's 3, but man, that's crazy. That was my last, that was the only fish I called in here yesterday. I didn't want to, you know, it was like a 13-incher, and I was like, man, you know, I'll fish a little bit longer, get one more good one, and I caught that one, so that's so crazy. I just caught him again. Actually, I let him go about 15 feet that way. so crazy. All right, let's, I guess, keep throwing the worm. And
from John Cox, let's go over to our day 1 leader, Brock Mosley. And man, that looks like a different area.
Yeah, I think he has moved a little bit, Dave. I don't remember seeing him in any canal that looked exactly like this yesterday. I think that's a good move. If he has changed locations just a little bit to try to find some new fish. There he is. When you make a 110-mile run, though, one way, it's hard to move around a whole lot because of fuel.
I think, maybe, possibly. He's kind of getting smaller. Just a little guy. Oh yeah, for now. I'm gonna say 14 ounces.
Well, it turns out Mosley's definitely made a move. Let's look at it on the map here and see just how much of a move Brock Mosley made. But as you said, Davey, I mean, want to welcome all our viewers that have been watching this morning on FS1 and the NASCAR fans. You're used to fuel economy and conserving gas to get to the end of the race. Brock Mosley can't adjust that much because of that very reason.
Yeah, he's limited to the fuel that he's got because I don't think there's anywhere for him to refuel. And traveling about 110 miles one way. But it's good to see. I'm glad Brock Mosley has another little area to explore on day 3.
That was a catfish. Yeah.
Just a moment ago, pretty good shot of life for a Bassmaster Elite Series Pro. I mean, most people, you sneak up on somebody when they're fishing, make too much noise, and they'll shh, we're trying to go fishing. Brock Mosley having to fish past Bassmaster photographer Andy Crawford there, and I'm sure, obviously a video camera behind him. You have to perform and do things with nature that you shouldn't be able to do with that much pressure around you.
Yeah, you spend your whole life, I'm sure Brock Mosley did, same as me and so many other young anglers. You dream of being in the limelight or being in that position, and once you get there, boy, you realize the distractions.
Fighter hooked up live.
Yeah, I thought he was bigger. I don't know if he's gonna do it. He might. Exact same size. Same as my little one.
That one's not gonna help, but
oof.
Big day for Seth Fider, but let's make our move over to Matt Robertson, and that, our Humminbird bird's eye view, and gives you a great view of just really how different this place can be. I mean, is that are we back in, is that Philadelphia?
Yeah, it's there's a lot of variety here, no doubt about it, whether you heading over towards Houston like Brock Mosley or north of up the Sabine like Jason Christie, but Matt Robertson, not far from takeoff. We saw him catch a nice solid keeper just a few minutes ago around some of these ships and barges and that sort of thing. But really, he's not very far from takeoff and not very far from Seth Fider, just on the opposite side of the channel there.
And that's the thing to remember too. You know, when you look at you know, Matt Robertson, 7 pounds 10 ounces behind our leader, but he's safe. I mean, his day, realistically, a lot can go wrong and he'll still make it back here. Our 1 and 2 have made a giant gamble, and that is the hurdle that they have to get over. It's kind of like watching a NASCAR race and seeing that guy with the big lead, but knowing he could run out of gas.
You're right, Dave, and these weights that you see are unofficial. They have to bring them to the scales and weigh them for them to be official. And Jason Christie and Brock Mosley, it's a big part of their battle each and every day when you choose to go that far from takeoff. It's always a little bit of a gamble. Anything could go wrong mechanically, run out of fuel on J.C. Christie's. Brock Mosley, rough water coming across Galveston Bay. Just a lot of things happening. There's a good shot there looking at the Humminbird bird's eye view of Seth Fider right across from Matt Robertson.
Seth Fider, 3rd place in this tournament. And you can see just how close and how short that move is. I mean, wow, I want to talk about polar opposites there. 1 and 2 is separated by hundreds of miles, and these guys are separated by hundreds of feet.
And without that aerial view, they look like they would be 100 miles apart. Looking at the cover that Seth Fider is fishing and the ships that Matt Robertson is fishing. Seth's hooked up.
Maybe, baby. Might be his, might be yours. Close to that deal. Oh, I can tell he's gonna go nuts. Two 100s. Still my little one.
138.
Yeah.
Seth Fider culling for ounces, unofficial leader and angler of the year, in 3rd place in this tournament. But man, a lot of fishing ahead of us. The gamble, will it pay off? Will Jason Christie made some adjustments, and he's back in the lead here today. 1 and 2, a long way from home, but number 3 stayed right off our shoulder here at the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the video game.
Live coverage of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Power Pole.
Welcome back to the 4th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series, and that's an aerial shot of a man more slick than an ugly stick. Matthew Robertson, not far from here, runs the ugly stick wrap, and he stayed close to home, but our tournament leaders, 1 and 2, made the furthest run of the tournament. Brock Mosley, 110 miles, and how far is Jason Christie going from here, Dave?
Well, it doesn't look as far if you look at the map, but the Sabine River twists and winds and zigs and zags and it's back and forth. I'm pretty sure Jason Christie's boat holds 40 gallons of fuel. He said yesterday when he checked in, he had a half a gallon left, and he told me that he was having to run low RPMs to where he was burning 10 gallons per hour, so roughly 4 hours of driving for Jason Christie.
Well, the good news is he made it there, and let's join him right now. Jason Christie, our Day 2 leader and our unofficial Day 3 leader.
See, he's up that canal far enough now where the water's inside those banks. That means a lot to position those fish.
You just got to hit the wall, basically. You know, it's.
Yes.
I mean, if it stays flat, that water continues to go up. But that berm, that's the corner. That's where you can.
Those fish want to be super shallow, and if you can't get your bait where that shallow water is, they're tough to catch. They're not aggressive enough to chase out to your bait. You got to put it right in their face.
Here's a look at his catches throughout today, and as you can see right away from all those, or the lack of dots compared to yesterday, a much slower day for Jason Christie. What does that map tell you, Davey?
Well, it tells me that, just like you nailed it, it's a much slower day than yesterday, but it also, he's got 4 fish in the live well, and with the lead that he had built, that means a lot. He just needs to catch a limit today. Seth Fighter has made up some ground, and keep in mind, Seth Fighter's going to have more fishing times. This is almost exactly how it went down yesterday as far as Seth making a move, actually taking the lead, and then when Jason Christie got to his area, he regained the lead, but it's taken Jason Christie a lot longer to do it, and a lot fewer fish, only showing 4 fish, and he's farther upstream than he was yesterday.
Let's have a look at his day, and that, his very first cast.
Yeah, you hear him say there, he hit it on the bank. I don't even think he had his reel engaged when that fish actually hit, so it was just a bad situation there for Jason Christie to be able to try to set the hook. It took to almost 10 o'clock before he got that second bite. Here's the third bite. So things got going when he got a little farther upstream and was able to get his bait up to the bank. These fish are super, super shallow.
Don't fool yourself and think that there is not strategy in bass fishing, man. Some of the things he did to make sure he had the maximum amount of gas in the boat. He literally filled it up 4 different times, he said, with gas. Actually jacked the boat up on one side to make sure it was full. Took the boat for a ride around the block to make sure the gas would settle into the tanks, and then went back and filled it up again.
I bet the gas station attendant was thinking, well, what are these crazy fishermen doing? He just filled up 5 minutes ago. So here's a big deal here for Jason Christie. Not only was the water higher, but very little current. That's the most current I've noticed so far for Jason Christie. If that north wind starts blowing and pulls that current, picks the speed of that current up more, I think we'll see him getting more bites similar to yesterday. He needs the current and he needs to be able to get to the bank with his spinnerbait.
In these next few hours for Christie, I got to believe, not just, obviously he wants to fill out his limit, obviously he wants to have a big day, but this is critical that he figures out how to adjust. I mean, obviously going to make it through to Sunday, but he's going to want to go into Sunday with it figured out.
Oh, yeah. But the problem with fishing that far upstream, being just below a huge lake like Toledo Bend, every day can be a different puzzle to solve, no doubt about it.
Let's join over the youngest angler on the Bassmaster Elite Series, KJ Queen.
Ain't that no coal? Maybe, I don't know. Gotta check him out.
Looks like that'll help KJ Queen just a little bit. So we know he's comes into the Bassmaster Elite Series with a lot of success at a young age, but it's really good to see him outfish. He was fishing around quite a few other anglers, unlike Jason Christie and Brock Mosey only being around one or two other anglers. KJ Queen was around a lot of other good anglers, and he just simply outfished them so far this week.
Why do you think that is? The collegiate anglers, I mean, there's a lot of people, yes, but why there's got to be a major reason that those anglers come here and immediately impact, and not just here, at every level in the sport.
You're right. So here's my opinion on that. When I began fishing the Bassmaster Elite Series, when I began fishing Bassmaster tournaments, period, I didn't know but just a very few other people that had been fishing tournaments since they were 13 years old. Now, every high school and college angler is fishing tournaments at a very, very young age. So when you see a 23 or 24-year-old angler, he's been tournament fishing for 8 or 10 years. So many of those anglers have now, and you didn't have that 20 or 30 years ago. A lot of experience.
And tournament fishing with pressure on the line, especially from Bethel, one of the dynasties of collegiate fishing. And I think the other thing, Davey, that people don't think about is fishing is an uncoached sport. So generally in coachable sports, you want to teach the team to, Mosley hooked up there with smaller fish, but you want to teach the team to be prepared for the mistakes. In fishing, it seems like anglers have to make those mistakes before they get ready for it. Collegiate anglers, I mean, they spend Tuesday night saying, okay, we're just drop shotting fishing today, or we're just topwater. They're literally coached before the disaster happens.
Exactly. Now, 20 years ago, no. But now, high school, college anglers have coaches. They have instructors. They have people that, like you say, prepare them for the changes that they might see, put them in pressured situations. The hundreds and hundreds of high school anglers that fish tournaments, in my area, all over the country, there'll be 200 or 300 anglers in those high school tournaments.
Speaking of coaches, Christie be a scary bass fishing coach. Good one, but scary a little bit.
Yeah, I think he would say, put that drop shot up, son. Throw a spinnerbait.
Yeah, there'd be no Tuesday night drop shot in class.
It's a lot less current. I know we'll see more current as the day progresses once that wind direction turns straight out of the north. But Jason Christie has to leave so much time for his long drive back. I don't know if we'll see that current before he has to head back to check in.
I mean, that doesn't look too different, but man, they are a long way apart, both these anglers. And
just ripping on the corner.
So you can see the Seth Fighter. Seth Fighter already seeing the effects of the tide. He's probably 60 miles south of Jason Christie.
Seth Fighter has had an incredible tournament to this point and really an incredible season this year. Seth Fighter, a two-time Bassmaster winner, obviously. Stuck close to home this time around, and it's working out pretty good for him. Speaking of working out pretty good, let's have a look at our Angler of the Year, our Skeeter Boats Angler of the Year watch. And the man we are talking about is the brand new leader, Seth Fighter, and Patrick Walters slips to second place.
Yeah, Patrick Walters, not the tournament that he is accustomed to, but not a bad event. But we're used to seeing Patrick Walters up close to the top of that Angler of the Year watch all throughout the season. And Jason Christie with a move, and somebody you don't want to take your eyes off throughout the whole entire season.
Unbelievable how that leaderboard changes. You see Greg Hackney's dropped down to 8th place. A lot of fishing left to go, but just the moment they give you that title, it seems it slips away from you in professional bass fishing.
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
Exactly right. Back here in the Marathon Bassmaster Studios. I'm not scared to jump right in, Tommy Sanders. That's what I do, my friend.
We are in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, as we take a look at Brock Mosley right there. And we were about to say that the first half has been a little bit wild, but we made it wild to start the second half. My bad. Once again, everything that's asked of you in this place has been kind of amplified today. You have to work that much harder, change directions that much better, adjust that much better. That's what this place is all about. That's what's all about, a challenging fishery.
It's been a challenge on and off the water, Tommy Sanders, but we got the wheels back on the bus.
Yeah, we're good to go. We're good to go right now. And Mark Zona, thank you for stepping in and helping there. I don't know if what I was saying was that essential, but we're here in the Bassmaster Studios, sponsored by Marathon, and ready to go with 4 more hours on Bassmaster Live, taking you out there on the water. And Z, you know, a lot has been asked of these guys, and that's the way it should be. That's the way it always is when we come to this place. And we're kind of back to where we started the day, really, lead-wise.
I'm going to start with Tommy. I'm nothing without you. Let's tighten up a little bit down there in the Marathon Studios. In all honesty, hey, I want to break down something that Jason Christie said last night after the weigh-in, and this is what makes him a rattlesnake. This is what makes him very scary. He said, I approach every single Bassmaster event the first 2 days to gather points to get to the Classic. And when I see that when I'm within reach of holding a blue trophy, then it's time to transition on a victory. He said, I got my points. Let's go win this thing. Granted, it has not been pretty today in any way, shape, or form. But like you said, he has widened that gap between him and third place. Really, it's up to Brock Mosley right now to just hold serve.
Yeah, he is definitely on the hot seat a little bit right now. We're happy to have everyone in our seat right now and able to hear us all as well. Let's welcome Ronnie and Such in here. Ronnie Moore and Mike Sukhan, what have you guys been chewing on here as we start the second half here?
Well, I think, guys, the big bass is going to be so crucial. Yesterday, Such, you talked about it. There was like less than 10 or so 3.5 pounders caught. Big fish of the day was 4.6. Today, we're seeing some of those crucial fish get in the boat, and it's going to make that bottom of the top 10 really flip over, and some new guys are going to jump in tomorrow.
Like Caleb Summerall, 4-pounder. He's jumped from 12th to 4th. He's got our 10-pound bag of the day. Drew Cook from 20th.
Yusuke Miyazaki.
And Yusuke's got a 4-pounder. He's jumped from 23rd to 7th place. So there'll be some more movement today. There's plenty of time left.
All right. We're tracking those movements because they are all important. Where you move means everything, because you need to land in the top 10. You have to land in the top 10 if you want to fish on Championship Sunday. Let's take a look at our Minn Kota Unlock the Lake, this vast and complicated fishery. And the size of it has definitely been a player here, Mark Zona, that's for sure.
Yeah. And really taking a look at a lot of our leaders, where they're fishing the Natchez. A lot of our leaders around takeoff today, right outside of Orange, Texas. See Jason Christie up the Sabine River, and as you go down the Intercoastal, the other side of the Gulf of Mexico, go through Galveston Bay. You see Brock Mosley, who made the longest run down that way. But really, it started with our man today, Seth Feider. Didn't start off very quickly. Seth Feider had a lot of other anglers in that area right by takeoff, but got to work with a 3/8-ounce Bassman spinnerbait, and Ron Moore nailed it, where he said, we've seen a lot of flurries here this week, and that's what we got to see with Seth Feider, who momentarily, just for a little bit, took the lead in this tournament on the Sabine River. Seth Feider doing work right outside of our takeoff. And one of the things that was interesting is a lot of his fish came on nothingness. Just little flats outside of grass or cypress trees. Not really locked tight to cover, but this one right here, a critical 3-pounder on that trailer hook.
Come on the trailer.
Critical for set
Just
fire.
barely got him.
Yeah, it took him a while to actually start becoming a believer in this place, but after about 4 good keepers, he said, now look, why would I move? Why would I go anywhere else? As you say, he was even stood some time as the leader in this tournament. Of course, we were all at that time waiting for Brock Mosley and Jason Christie to get to their places to set up and start fishing. And about an hour and 45 minutes later, we would join up with Brock Mosley and just really anxious about whether it was going to happen for a 3rd day straight down there.
Really one of the things that we talked about during our Fox broadcast. One of the problems that we've seen down in this region every time we've been around here is it holding up for 4 days. Yep, it's been fireworks days 1, 2, and a little bit on the 3rd day, but we've seen this area kind of peter out in years past, and it's a little bit what we saw today with Brock Mosley. The water was higher, it was a little bit stagnant. Definitely day 3 here with Brock Mosley, a lot slower with that bladed jig.
There you go. A little further back up that creek today, too.
That was not too long ago with Brock Mosley right there in a place that we have not seen him so far in this competition. And for Jason Christie, yeah, did not find exactly what he expected to find, or was at least hoping to find when he arrived at his spot.
Exactly right. Jason Christie fishing a ditch off of the Sabine River. And here's the best way to put it. It started off not good for Jason Christie, losing a 3-pounder, which, gang, you know this. You've been tuning into Bassmaster Live, any event on the Sabine River. Well, a 3-pounder, I'll start talking about a dadgum Texas hog. But Jason Christie getting the wheels back on. 1/2-ounce covert Booyah spinnerbait, Yum Swimmin' Dinger trailer. Not as fast and furious as it was on day 2, but Jason Christie slowly getting to that 5 bass limit. Solid keeper right there.
This place so completely transformed by the addition of water on top of what he had there. He's had to adjust.
Looks like it's starting to come down, though. I'd like to get Jason's thoughts on that.
The only other angler up Sabine River near Christie has 0. Brandon Card.
On that Life 360, I'm Eric.
You want to just play it safe and stay here? You want to just play it safe and stay here?
A lot of voices going through these anglers' heads.
And ours.
Mine too.
See, you should have saw me jump up and wave my arms like I was trying to get a plane to land when Tommy's mic wasn't on. I was trying to alert him and not distract him at the same
look,
time.
man, he's the head coach. He's the head coach / quarterback. You know, you can.
No, it shocked me
I'm
more
the
than
public
anything.
address announcer. That's
Don't eat me, snake.
No.
Don't worry, Z. I did a whole Facebook Live day 1 with my mic off. So.
Yeah, what do you say we just get back to Chris Johnston, starting the day off with a dadgum Sabine River stud.
Had a good quick start, added a couple of keepers after
he
that.
did.
Went quiet for a while, though.
Chris Johnston actually said he's been fishing in Adams, Cow Bayou, getting a lot of bites, doing a lot of work with a spinning rod.
You're getting close. The fat one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Yeah, you look kind of little.
11 and a half.
12-inch minimum here. He's going to make it.
Oh, keeper. Number 4, giant. You want to picture that one? You make him look big?
We sure do, Chris. And something, Ronnie, I talked about on the FS1 cast today. I asked Chris Johnston yesterday, I said, what are you concentrating on, Chris? He said, well, you know, just kind of fishing off the Neches River, fishing in all the oboes.
1 pounder.
You know, he goes, I just kind of jumped from one oboe to another.
Oboe?
I said, what? Yes, and I said, Chris, do you mean an oxbow? He's like, yeah, I just didn't really know the name of them, so I've been calling them oboes. Oh, look, in Canada, there's not many oxbows, so, you know. Look, when he said it, I thought he found something different.
I believe there are some YouTube comments on our uploads of Chris Johnston talking about the oboes. Now that all makes sense.
You play an oboe, Ronnie?
Well, I let him go. I let him go on for several minutes, and finally I said, "What is an oboe? What do you mean?" He said, "You know those horseshoe things that go off of the."
An oxbow.
That's a woodwind instrument.
See, it looks like it's falling out of there, Z.
Yeah.
Is that right?
Does really
Good.
really looks like it's falling out, unless he's in a different stretch of it. But at least you could see it. Gosh, when we were talking about it earlier, Ronnie and I were talking. You couldn't even see the bank for a couple hours.
No.
That's what we noticed here last time in 2018. This stretch or this region, whether it's the specific same, slough, it was so volatile day to day. You see the weights of the guys who are up there day to day because of the water flow. It's such a narrow area that it has to flood out there compared to Sabine Lake, where it's got much more places to go.
But look at those laydowns in the middle of the river, how much current is coming around there now compared to this morning.
Right. There was nothing
back
this
up,
stagnant.
Nothing.
And that's whether guys like low tide or high tide, the fish love just a moving flow either up or down. It's not, they despise the stagnant.
Over to John Cox, hooked up live.
Ooh, I don't know about that one. He's gonna be close.
Oh, I think we got number 4.
Oh, man.
It barely touches. Good thing I'm not measuring that one on the cooler. So we got to remember yellow is really close.
John Cox doing all of his damage in the mouth of the Neches River. See, Lee Livesey has got back into his shallow flat where he almost got stuck yesterday. Something John Cox said is played into his game the last few tournaments. John Cox fishes about 418 events throughout the season. He said he's back on the Coca-Cola. I said, what does that mean? He said, well, my wife made me stop drinking Coca-Cola, and I started back up about a month and a half ago, and I haven't told her, but he said it makes him feel good, and he said he's back on it.
He hasn't told her, but you just told her, so that's good.
Yeah, little Zachers right there. Little Zachers. Yeah, little guy.
I mean, right where my fish are.
Look at the weather where he's at.
Ominous horizon.
I got a gator right where I caught my big one yesterday. That's the one that was right there. What was that? That sounded like a bass. He's literally sitting right where I need to be casting. He ain't gonna move either. He wouldn't move yesterday. He almost got my frog.
Let's watch that one again.
Absolutely. Just moments ago.
Oh, yeah.
Come on, dude. Was an aggressive bite, too.
Actually kind of cool. Oh, it's still going after it. Love that.
Oh, that little gator is full of fire.
Yeah.
Bass blocker.
He's the enforcer of that corner.
And I mean, cute as a button.
Mm-hmm. Wind just switched out of north finally.
Livesey likes to hunt those. I guarantee you he'd like to turn him into a little set of sneakers. Now, I don't know if he'd quite make a pair of boots.
Yeah, it just took 2 extra hours than they said.
Had some gator issues yesterday in this same place. It's full of them.
I sure did.
Yeah.
And Lee'll tell you, he likes killing them. He really does. Does a lot of gator hunting. Interesting yesterday, that water coming out of the south, that wind
at my bank, though.
Totally switched around out of the north now. He's throwing at the north bank of that little pond.
Pick up that one with fluoro. I'll make it. Ooh, I wish I'd had a limit before this little front got here.
He's got 3 small ones.
There it is. That's not good. No, I can't throw into the wind with this thing. Might have put a bigger one on.
Z Kufal said that you deemed his hook set the mousetrap. And Mercer went along with it. He loved that at weigh-in.
Gator right out there in front of me. Yeah.
Jason Christie pushing further and further back into that little bayou there. It's pretty lengthy. Seems to find less water the further he goes back, so that's got to be a good thing. All the water he found when he arrived here today came from either Toledo Bend Dam or from rains in that part of the country, of which there were some overnight. No tidal influence up here. You get past Sabine, past Orange a few miles, and that kind of fades away.
No, then you thing Jason Christie has to deal with is that really the Toledo Bend Dam, obviously.
Right. The rain.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All right, pushing on into the afternoon here, and pretty much right where we started. Jason Christie, about 5 pounds ahead of third place. Brock Mosley, man, the guy who needs to sort of catch a couple of good ones, really make that long run worthwhile, and help him decide whether he's going to do that again tomorrow. It's even worth his while to even try then. Lots of decisions yet to be made.
The Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S, and by Humminbird, Mercury, and by Nitro Boats.
Bassmaster Elite Series in the middle of their 4th stop in this incredible place, the Sabine River, all the connecting waterways, and fantastic Orange, Texas, our host city here. Let's take a look at our TH Marine Weather Watch. The high today of 84. The front, we could see good evidence of that passing through, especially with Lee Livesey moments ago as that wind swaps around more northerly. Going to be about 10 degrees cooler tonight than it has been the previous nights. The clouds maybe start clearing out a little bit at the end of the day today, and we'll be greeted with sunny skies. A little touch warmer, and not quite as cool in the cool parts of tomorrow. So pretty stable the weather.
Beautiful weather this time of year in Orange, Texas. Tell me one thing I will tell you.
Yeah.
One thing I will tell you. Just imagine what that 3-pounder that Jason Christie hooked in the first 3 casts would have done to his lead.
Boy, that's
such unbelievable high percentage bait.
Yeah, that stung him. That was a tough one, and that will loom in the final reckoning, to be sure. He's done a good enough job adjusting and getting close to the limit there. And
you know, the one thing that Christy said in the first 5 minutes of arriving in this little ditch, he said, well, the good news is he burned less gas going up there today. So, and he also knows his exact gauge of timing now, especially with the cameraman of the boat, a little bit extra weight. He's gonna be able to have about 60 to 90 minutes more fishing time today. I mean, he left really, really early yesterday. He'll be able to push it a lot longer today. We've seen some critical misses this week, a few misses that would have put anglers in the cut to be fishing today. This one, a big one for Christy in the first 5 minutes.
Gosh darn it. I mean, he hit it on the bank. Dang it. Never got a good hook in him. I mean, it landed in his mouth.
3-pounder by most accounts right there, and that is huge. That is a very important part of a limit around here. That's a limit maker.
So Z, will he give himself 2 hours to get back then, or less? Because he's right now it's about an hour and a half left of fishing time. If it takes him 2 hours,
I would say he'll give himself that 2 hours for sure to get back, especially if he catches one more really quality fish. And we did see him make this time of day yesterday some really big culls.
So a word from his cameraman yesterday, cameraman Russ, coming back from Galveston region with Brock Mosley, hit by a seagull going 70 across Galveston.
Ugh.
One didn't see the other, and the other didn't see him either, and he got one in the shoulder. Yeah.
It's a bad deal.
Yeah.
You get hurt? The seagull, not Russ. No, Russ. Russ got hit with a seagull?
You should have saw Russ. So, I mean,
Gator just chilling.
I can't imagine.
Bill Lowen hit a coot.
Right here. He's been in front of me the whole time. He hadn't moved this whole time.
The smaller gators go after your baits more than the big ones. You scare them off a little easier.
Get you some bonus coverage. B&W Trailer Hitches style bonus coverage here, which we love bringing you out here. Man who is 5th place. Bassmaster Angler of the Year standings right now as we head toward the middle of the season. Drew Cook. And Drew, a good day today. What's kind of been the key for you?
You know, I just changed up my rotation a little bit more. I'm trying to find you know, yesterday I had a really good day minus 2 missed opportunities. You know, I should have had a really good bag yesterday, but just didn't get 2 of those, you know, 3-pounders in the boat, and those are so few and far between here. Today I was fortunate enough to get every one of them in the boat so far.
Drew, can you kind of walk us through how you're catching them today? I mean, a very, very solid stringer in an area that's been throttled all week long.
Oh, it definitely has been. And, you know, I really didn't take into account that there was going to be that much pressure up here. But it has. You know, it's been, like you said, it's been throttled. This one in that area, like, I went super finesse on them. I was throwing a 4-inch big bite finesse worm on a little jig head, 8-ounce jig head, and those fish. I mean, I've thrown a buzz. Every one of those fish that I caught, I threw a buzz bait by at least 8 times this week, and they haven't bit yet. And there's still a bunch of them spawning, and that's one thing that I think a lot of people, you know, kind of missed this week. I caught a couple of them off the bed. There's still a good amount of fish up shallow on the bed, and that's what that little finesse worm You know, you can kind of sneak it in there. Everybody else is pitching that big creature bait or, you know, something like that, that little bitty finesse worm. It's just there and they eat it. And now I'm just looking for one bite. If I can get 1 3-pounder, I think I'll, you know, be able to go fishing tomorrow.
Well, we've removed about half of the field from the equation here. Did that help you today? And is it going to open up a lot more places if you can make it to the top 10 with virtually hardly any fellow competitors out there tomorrow?
Yeah, absolutely. Having 50 today was definitely a lot of boats weren't in there, so I was able to take my time and not have to rush through an area to try to get to the other area or anything like that. It let me slow down, let me fish through, and if I make it to tomorrow, yes, it'll be even better.
Drew, good going today. Great job, and hopefully it'll all come out good for you at the weigh-in there. Drew Cook, really right in the middle of it, in our Angler of the Year race, Bassmaster Angler of the Year race. Having a great day, day number 3.
Taking a look at Brock Mosley, upper right-hand corner. That's how he found a lot of these fish. Little topwater popper. Said fish were garden fry quite a bit in these canals. Found them in practice.
I'm giving it 8 minutes. I'm giving it 8 minutes. I got to catch 2 keepers. Go to the reaper ditch. That's where I had my most keeper bites over here. They just weren't big, but something made them. That's what I got to remember.
There's the voice of Lee Livesey right there.
Man, it was so much cooler watching Brock Mosley, but can't hear him because of the dogs.
Canine Cove, Ronnie?
Yes.
I've seen one human being in this neighborhood here on a tractor.
Right.
He's got
Everybody else is a dog.
He's got to feed all the dogs.
Yeah.
Right. There's 317 dogs in that canal.
Didn't hear him earlier, though. Looked at the map. Somebody else made the trip across Galveston Bay. Brad Watley, but he is in Dickinson Bayou, south of where Brock is.
South meaning further.
Further south. Than like the next cut past Brock goes into Kemah through Clear Lake, and Dickinson Bayou is the town south of that.
To investigate that. And Watley is Texas angler.
I love him.
Doggone it, that's a great
barking
place
at
to fish. Oh, yes. All right, we're going to take ourselves a quick break and we'll be back a little bit more here at Orange, Texas in the Sabine.
Live coverage of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Power Pole.
Bassmaster Live coverage on day number 3 here at the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at the Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster 2022, the official video game of the Bassmaster. Jason Christie on top, just how we started
Yes, it
this
is.
day. Got a little bit more of a lead over Brock Mosley and about the same distance from the rest of the field. So here we go. That music.
Yeah, here we go.
Here we go.
Exactly. You know what that music means. One of the favorite times of the day, one of the favorite times of this Bassmaster Elite Series tournament. Seth Fighter said, I'm going to make a big power move today. Well, his power move was right across from our takeoff, and I mean staring down his competition.
Missing it.
I mean, he is full of Sabine fire. Give me fuel and fire, Seth Fighter. A lot of eyes in there. Seth Fighter, you are the Power Pole replay of the day. Big power move from Seth Fighter, keeping himself in this tournament. I mean, hey man, the guy has a chance. You could tell he had a lot more company in that little takeoff area.
We got to get rid of him.
Nice flurry from Seth Fighter, getting him unofficially in the 3rd place. That's your Power Pole replay of the day. We're going to get back up to Jason Christie live, though. 4 Fishing is live well. Nice, comfortable lead over Brock Mosley. really needs to catch number 5. Lot less cover in the water than there was 3 hours ago. A lot less.
I don't think so. Red for caution. I guess red. Stop.
And look, that's just a little chiddler spotted bass. But that's the reason that Christie went up there on day 1, is he caught some really good spots in that ditch that he's fishing. So they all turned into largemouth on day 1.
Well, that's 5. Every keeper he puts in the boat keeps his pursuers a little bit farther away from him, and that's what the whole campaign is about this week.
I think another dynamic in this situation also is Christie left yesterday, and Brandon Card ended up with a really nice bag, just under 12 pounds up in that ditch. So there was some other good largemouth taken out of there, but as Such said, Brandon Card with 0 as of right now.
And he's moved down river, downstream, away from that cut.
Down the Sabine.
Down the Sabine. He's not as far north as he had been.
Okay.
But he wasn't going in where Christie was going. They'd talked and...
Yeah, there's some other problems going on right now, Tommy. We're going to get over to Caleb Kufel. There's all kinds of issues happening right now in the water Bassmaster.
Oh, boy.
What is going on here?
Spot run.
Uh-oh.
What? Wait a minute.
Oh, that bear is taking a beating. Oh, it's a rabbit.
No.
Oh, it's a stuffed rabbit, yeah.
Is it a muskrat?
The jaws of that dog on that bear is like a mousetrap.
It's a wombat,
Caleb
what it
Kufel's
is.
hook set.
Caleb was trying to fish over here.
Yeah, exactly.
Got distracted.
Caleb, second-year man from Mukwonago, up in Wisconsin.
To tell you, these next few hours for Brock Mosley, very critical for him trying to seal his first Bassmaster Elite Series win. And he's going to have a monumental task against that guy on the left-hand side of your screen, because besides Bassmaster Classics, Jason Christie starts sniffing around in the top 10. Pretty solid record at closing the door.
That fish gave Christie 7 pounds even today, about 4.5 ahead of Mosley, who's only still on 3 fish. Time is of the essence.
He's a good front runner. He can also kind of come out of the shadows at the last moment and take you down, too.
Yes, we saw that on Bull Shoals, where he surprised every one of us.
Yeah, Bull Shoals, Dardanelle. I think he did a little bit of that there as well.
Dardanelle on day 2, I passed him up. He said he had 1 fish on day 2, and we thought, oh, he's not even going to make the cut. He comes in, he won it.
He did. He mentioned that, Such. He said, when Such dissed me on the water day
I
2,
did know.
it motivated me to be better, and then he won.
Yeah, we just passed him by because he only had 1 fish. We didn't take any photos of him.
Picking fights with Christie and Hackney, Such's.
Unfinished business.
It's been really interesting to watch Jason Christie and Brock Mosley, for that matter, attack 2 totally different areas and really attack them with 1 bullet. Brock Mosley with a 1/2 ounce bladed jig. Yeah, he's kept the top water honest for a couple casts, but really his damage with a 1/2 ounce bladed jig, where you look at Jason Christie fishing all of that isolated cover, it has been a 1/2 ounce covert booyah spinnerbait, and really we have seen him throw nothing else in that ditch.
Jason Christie with 5 Bassmaster wins. He's got 3 of them on the Bassmaster Elite Series. Number 1 came in Bull Shoals, Arkansas. Final day, kind of jumped a big bunch of fish out there, schooling fish, and
That's
get a number
exactly
on it.
right. Caught him on a topwater bait, he said, just kind of running across the lake, if I remember correctly, Tommy.
This is Dardanelle event we were talking about.
Yeah. Biggin.
Swimming the jig almost the entire event. Taking down Greg Hackney in that tournament, which pretty much all of us had Hackney winning that event.
Oh, yeah.
Big victory for Jason Christie. So watch him up in our neck of the woods up here near Detroit. Really, when he kind of opened everybody's eyes to front-facing sonar, said that was the reason he won that tournament. That was before everybody was staring at their sonar for smallmouth bass.
A lot of versatility, 3 elite wins, a couple of open wins as well. This angler from Oklahoma, well, he's one to look out for.
He has been a closer for sure. And on the topic of Jason Christie, for Rapala Bassmaster Fantasy Fishing, he was one of the front runners, one of the guys that you most picked, most selected, especially for the bucket he was in, Bucket B, which is the top, 20 to 40 in the Angler of the Year standings. Everyone in the Classic cut line safely. 19% of the people chose him. But Tommy, that made me think of our new game mode debuting at Lake Fork at our next event.
Yeah.
Mercury Drain the Lake. Where is Christie going to rank for you? Because you can pick 8 anglers for your roster, but once you pick them, you can't use them again for the rest of the season.
That's a hard one. Christie's a hard one to place.
Because you could put him at Fork in what could be a heavyweight event. You could put him up at Smallmouth Country, Champlain. You could put him at Gunnersville or Neely Henry. But when you guys go on to Mercury Drain the Lake, you'll be able to see more about it Sunday night after this event, and then all next week leading up to Lake Fork. When you do it, you get to pick 8 anglers. You won't be able to pick them the rest of the year, and it kind of gives you strategy when you want to save anglers, when you want to use them. You might not have picked, say, Seth Fighter for Sabine River. You want to save him up north, and look at him surprising us this week. So there's going to be a lot of strategy involved with the new game mode at Mercury Drain the Lake.
All right. Got some ideas for next year. Won't happen this year. Super Pro Edition, DTL Super Pro Edition, where you make all your picks before the season starts.
Ooh,
how about that?
I like it.
We'll do Riker Daily Trivia, ladies and gentlemen. Which angler has not won 2 B.A.S.S. tournaments in the month of April among these 4? Roland Martin, Denny Brower, Tommy Martin, or Guido Hibden? Which of those has not won 2 B.A.S.S. tournaments in the month of April? Think about it, check it out, and we'll be right back.
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
The Sabine River, Orange, Texas. There's the state of Texas where we're spending the month of April here. We go down to the southeast corner down there, and you see that big inlet there. That's Trinity and Galveston Bay. Up from this area here, the fantastic Orange, Texas, we see Jason Christie doing his work up there. Our tournament leader. Well, let's get back down beyond Trinity Bay.
What?
Beyond Galveston, right after we pay off our Striker Daily Trivia. Yeah, the question was, which angler has not won 2 BAS tournaments in the month of April? Roland Martin, Denny Brower, Tommy Martin, or Guido Hibden?
Yeah, I'm actually not going to lay my cards down yet. I'm going to throw it to Ron first.
Look it up.
Well, just because Davey Height was Mr. May.
Yeah,
so he's not involved in this. So
greatest angler of the month of May.
That's right. I think. I don't know. I don't think Denny won 2. Denny won a lot, but I don't think he won 2 in April.
I'll go D. I'll go Guido.
Okay, I'm going to go with. This is a fastball again. A. Roland Martin.
Hey, Z, you are nailing them, man.
Getting fed the answers. I love it.
On this trivia.
Yeah, Karen said you were looking them up. Roland has had 5 wins in June, 5 in September. Four in March, and one each in April, May, November,
Yep.
January, and February.
Man, are you good. You're not going to be able to get a trivia game anymore.
Yeah, let's see if we can't just get back down through the Intercoastal in Galveston Bay with Brock Mosley, your day one leader, Bassmaster Elite Series here on the Sabine River. Brock Mosley did have one big miss earlier today, like Jason Christie. See, that dog's behaved. Just enjoying the day.
Curious, but not obnoxious.
Yeah,
But a hound
right.
dog.
Third keeper there a while ago that really helped him out.
Brock
Oh,
gave them
blue.
all some sausages.
Yeah, it's dropped since this morning because these poles wasn't out of water this morning. There he is. That's a good one. No, it ain't either. He's just fast. He's a keeper. Anyway, he's chunk. He's more than what we got. Chunky one, little female.
Not a big one, but in so many ways, a big one. Just keep him within reach
The way
of
my
Christie
line
right
was
now.
running, it was going to be a big one.
Less than 3 pounds back right now.
Probably got a little
Beautiful
less than a
skill.
full hour. Yeah.
And really, we got to talk about this a little bit earlier today. This is a typical storyline of what we've seen on the Sabine River that we actually talked about on day one. Is, man, just protect that big bag you weigh in for a victory here, and it's really going to come down to who protects that 15-pound stringer from day one.
Yep, last time we were here, it was 16 plus on day one for Hackney, and 7 pounds on the final day. But he got the work done early on.
Well, probably not going to come back tomorrow. Or not to
Oh,
this
boy.
arm, at least. I may try somewhere else. Depending on the weights at the end of the day.
I'll bet you $1 that if he's within 2 pounds, he absolutely comes right back here.
This. But had to come back. Had to.
Top three totally separate environments.
How about this guy, Mark Menendez, timed for the big bass of the day, a 4-0. He's got 11 1/4, the big bag of the day. He's jumped from 38th to 11th.
Wow, knocking on the door of the top 10. That's significant.
I don't know if it'll help.
Good fighter.
He comes streaking out there like he was a big one. I almost thought it was a redfish. Freaking not big at all. Might be a call though. He's fishing here a little healthier. He'll be at 138. Still my smallest one, but gave us a little something. A little closer to 10 now.
get back out to KJ Queen. Haven't visited with him in a little bit here. Having a good day.
One on each side.
And like Drew Cook, KJ Queen
I wonder if Cody's already hit this.
committed to the Neches River.
That's who that was back
the
there.
entire tournament. Oh yeah.
That no Cole, I think.
Smalls he has on
Good
Bass Track
tournament.
is an 8-ouncer, Z.
Good tournament for the rookie from North Carolina.
In Such's projections or predictions for the year, I said KJ would get a top 10 at the St. John's to start his year because of the style of fishing that's going to be there and how he is good at those techniques, but he did not. He got a top 25, I believe, but it makes sense now. Doing well at the Sabine. You know he was going to, with the shallow schedule on tap for 2021, Queen was looking his chops to be able to have a good shot.
Well, they do say right here on this curve sometimes. Yeah, I've had several bites through here. I'm not a fisherman myself. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Yuski keeps culling. He's up to 11-2, our second biggest bag, 7th place from 23rd to start the day.
Not a tournament that you would have looked at Yuski to rise up the leaderboard. Most tournaments we've covered him in, more of a clear water situation. Doesn't like to divulge information, Tommy, remember?
No, he, yeah.
No, he does not.
Keeps it close to the vest.
Very, very.
Yeah.
I'd like to call all of our anglers and get information. There's no need to make that call.
Check in with Caleb Kufall here, also having some company out on the water of all sorts. Hi there.
Hey.
Guys getting their steps in.
Absolutely. Caleb's in a wonderful neighborhood. Cameraman Brian Evie getting the goods.
Yeah.
Had some photos sent in to for the blog, and there was an owl very close to a boat in the water, and then it took off flying. It was crazy.
That is nuts.
Christie's got his limit. Brock Mosley still one away from a limit here. I think we got to know Jason Christie, I believe, for the first time. Mark Zona back in 2013, he qualified for the Bassmaster Classic on Grand Lake.
Yes, very accomplished before he came to the Bassmaster Elite Series. He was, I'm talking about a dadgum Oklahoma stud is where I met Jason Christie years and years ago. Become very accomplished throughout the entire country since then.
Absolutely, yeah. He came in as the favorite and a newcomer at the Classic at the same time. And of course, the Classic, something that's not that far from Jason Christie's mind at any time.
My biggest goal this year is just to get back in the Classic. I've sat on the sidelines the last couple of years, and it's cliche, but you can't win the Classic if you're not in it. I want to get back in the Classic, and I think from there, you know, just kind of let things take care of themselves. I spent a lot of years in my career, you know, chasing blue, chasing all these trophies and stuff, and I just want to go fun fishing. I want to fish for fun. And, you know, if trophies happen, they happen. I just want to get back to where fishing is super fun to do as a job.
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
Welcome back to our on-location coverage in beautiful Orange, Texas for day number 3 of stop number 4 of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And you look at our leaderboard, Jason Christie up the top, Brock Mosley right behind him. But for the first time this week, Davey Height, it seems like that gap is narrowing a little bit with the rest of the field.
It definitely is. When you look down there, you see Seth Fighter, the first one down below Jason Christie and Brock Mosley, but not as far as it was this morning when he left. And also keep in mind, this afternoon, Seth Fighter will have probably another hour and a half, potentially 2 hours of fishing time before, or more than Jason Christie and Brock Mosley. There you see the cut line.
A guy that is balancing right on our cut line. Got to stay inside the top 10 to keep your tournament alive. 2-time Bassmaster winner, John Cox.
Oh, guys, we got one okay keeper. We got 4 other tiny ones. This here looks incredible. We're almost at the end of the line. We don't really have, this is it. This is the back of it as far as you can go. The water's nice and clean back here. It looks amazing. It just looks like any throw, I'm gonna get a big one. But our last 2 bites have been good-sized mudfish, so I don't know, maybe there isn't any bass back here, but it sure looks good. We're just gonna finish up here, and then we're gonna run back to where we started and give it a try. Right, and then, you know, hope we can get out of here.
Big difference in this tournament, Davey, is it's not just about catching fish, it's getting in and out of the areas.
Well, it definitely has been, and we've heard multiple anglers talk about that. We haven't, or I certainly haven't, talked about the area that John Cox is in, but I got a little heads up from his day 1 marshal that it was very tricky the way he was getting in and out of this area. Hopefully John will talk to us a little bit more about that, or now that he has a camera with him today, we'll see him getting out of this area. But you can tell he's in a very protected area by the water clarity here. Nice, clean water.
He's talked about that all week, you know, you realize how important getting out of there is. Obviously it's important, but you realize how much it's on the anglers' minds just by simply, I mean, we're not bringing up this drama. Every time I see John Cox on camera, he catches a fish and immediately says, I got to get out of here now.
He does. But the thing that, you know, these anglers are searching for clearer water, so that's why they try to get back in places. But with the wind direction, the tide going out, there's so many variables that normally, if you don't have the tidal situation, if you get in a place, hey, you're going to probably be able to get out of there. But he may get in a place, and we heard Lee Livesey talking about it yesterday and saw him having trouble getting out of a place. If the water falls 6 or 8 inches after you get in there, it can be real tricky getting out. And if they don't get out of there and bring their fish to the scale, obviously they have a 0 for the day.
Every once in a while I'm watching coverage and I wonder, you know, I wish I had a Bassmaster Classic champion that could answer this question that is confusing me, and I'm lucky enough to have one. Davey, riddle me this. A lot of fisheries that we go to that are tidal, the anglers all agree on a particular tide window. It's got to be high tide, it's got to be low tide. It seems like anglers are all over the board in this tournament. Why is that?
Well, that is interesting, and I thought about it because I only talked to one angler during official practice this week, and that happened to be Lee Livesey. He wanted the high tides. A big part of that was 2 reasons. Number 1, to be able to access those areas, and number 2, we all know he loves to fish a frog. And that high water, that frog, him making those long casts and that vegetation is the reason that he wanted the high water.
Lee Livesey has had big afternoon bites that have put him in a great spot in this tournament, but an interesting afternoon yesterday indeed.
This is good stuff here. Just watch how to plane off on dry land, basically. He's digging a hole.
He's making his own.
He's making his own deep water pond.
I mean, I guess if you do that enough, I mean,
no, that's what he's doing. It really is. But soft bottom, you obviously couldn't do that if it was hard bottom, but there's soft bottom there. And
so he's literally going back and digging a hole so that he can get out of there.
Yes.
Don't
He's
know
got
if
his jack plate all the way up as high as he can get it.
I don't know if that's recommended in the owner's manual, but whatever it takes to get it done. I mean, equate them to any sport.
Yes, sir. We out. We're not out, but we got up in like 6 inches of water. Chocolate milk, baby. Let's ride.
Wow.
He was worried about that all week. He wanted to get in that area, but he was very concerned about being able to get back up on plane to run out of there.
Unbelievable. A totally different look here today, but always interesting no matter where you find Lee Livesey.
Surprised I didn't get bit right there.
On cue, he's fishing a frog.
All right, everybody, we are at our final destination, 12:21. We got about an hour and 15 minutes to fish. We are way back in the Reaper ditch, trying to catch a bass. We caught one right off the bat, but it was an 11-incher. I had a lot of bites in here. They were just all small. We just kind of gambled, and we just need something to happen. We've got 2 little ones and one about 2 pounds in the box, and we got an hour or so to fish, so we're gonna have to have some magic happen. I shook a couple decent fish off in here way in the back, so that's where we're headed. I'm gonna try to fish as slow as I can, as fast as I can, and get towards the best stuff. But we are on a time crunch right now. But I know there's a bunch of fish in here. I just don't know if there's any big ones. But they have to be in here somewhere. We're gonna figure it out. We gotta catch 2 more fish and get back safe. Well, you know it's gonna happen. I'll tell you when I really think it's gonna happen in a couple spots. I got like 1 bite in here, but it was like a 160. Well, it was way up there on that corner, but I'm just gonna fish my way back. I'm gonna try to jump up when I'm back here too to leave and run to where we stopped right there. I don't know if we can get up or not. I never tried.
Correction, that was not a frog, obviously. That was a soft plastic jerkbait.
Mostly making friends in Houston. Four fish in the live well.
Well, he needs to get that 5th fish. I'm sure he knows it. Here we go. Maybe, yep.
Hot name is keeper.
a tiny keeper.
Number 5 in the box.
Even though it was a small keeper, you just had to think that he needs to have that 5th fish to have a chance to battle it out again tomorrow with Jason Christie. Him and Seth Fighter, a few others, but coming in on day 3 without a limit, certainly not what you want to do. Glad to see him. It took him a lot longer to get it today, but he's got his 5th keeper.
You saw those pool noodles in his live well, protecting the fish for the run back.
Yep. Kudos to Brock Mosley for doing that. He's got a long run and some rough water, and he's got those foam noodles there to protect those fish from bouncing around. And
well, let's make a move all the way from Houston to the exact opposite direction. These guys went as far as they both could go in opposite directions, and we're going to join our day 2 leader, Jason Christie, as he chases down his 6th Bassmaster win here at his return to the Bassmaster Elite Series. Park Hill, Oklahoma pro, Jason Christie.
Run back and fish close, or to, I really don't have time to go in anywhere else. But it ain't happening in here.
much slower day for Jason Christie today. Water up about 3 feet.
Have to leave. You know, it's aggravating because of the amount of bites that I had in here. And what I told my cameraman earlier, what makes me mad is laying off the first 2 days. But I mean, I didn't expect this at all. You know, I wish that I would have caught what I could catch the first 2 days. Now everything's blowed out, and I really thought I could just keep going up the creek and get above the flood, and I did. There's just not any fish up there. The water, I think, originally is too shallow. They just don't live where I went looking today. The problem down here is there's just too much water. The water has come up 6 foot in a ditch. And, you know, maybe there is a way to catch them other than what I'm doing, but I mean, the bites I've had, you lay it up, I mean, you just lay it on the bank, and I just don't think I don't know where they're at. If I knew, I wouldn't have 5 pounds or 4 pounds. So, but I got a couple places that I tried to get into in practice. It gives me something to fish tomorrow, barring that I make it, which I should. But we're getting ready to make the run back. Just about right. 3 more casts.
Almost time to go. How you feeling? Man, I've had a bunch of bites. They're just all small, and I mean, they're not even hooking up. They're so small, I think. But I know I got enough to make to tomorrow for sure, but which is all fine and good and dandy, but as far as staying in contention, I'm not there unless I catch one big one before it's time to go. But either way, I'm not coming back tomorrow. I don't like this tide. I could have caught this much weight around the ramp, so, but you never know, dude. You come over here, I've come over here the last 2 days, caught several quality fish, and my only chance to win, you know, if I wanted to win, I had to come over here. So I did everything I was supposed to do. It just, you know, didn't pan out, so. But, you know, still fishing for money. A lot of money still on the line, a lot of points. I mean, and fishing for points. So
I got a little bit of time left. I'm trying to catch one more fish before it's time to go.
So Brock Mosley's already made the decision, not going to go back there tomorrow.
I don't like this tide. You know, most of the day it's been slack, and you know, I don't like a slack tide. Not most of the day, but you know, it's been rising at the very top, or it's been slack, one or the other. So.
So it's really incredible. We just saw how far apart, 200 miles by water almost, that Jason Christie and Brock Mosley are apart, and they're both dealing with the same situations: high water, slack flow, tides, current.
Mosley obviously hot off a second place finish at our last event, Pickwick Lake, and that Mosley's third second place finish here on the Bassmaster Elite Series. And I was privy to that moment of him and Bill Lowen after weigh, and you were there too, Davey, and you can see, I mean, all those seconds. The first one, you know, on the St. Lawrence River, he kind of was, okay, we're here. And the second one came relatively quickly after that, but last week crushed him.
Yeah, you're exactly right. In 2017, I remember being there at the St. Lawrence River also, and Brock Mosley, to be quite honest with you, was happy to have a second place finish, to be on TV, to start his fan base, and now he's a very different angler. 2021 Pickwick Lake, he wanted to win.
He wants it, his family wants it, the entire team around him wants it. You can feel that. But it doesn't matter where you are on day number 3. It's all about the end of this tournament. But at this point, our tournament leader, Jason Christie, with 35 pounds, 15 ounces. Brock Mosley behind him. But the rest of the field slowly creeping down and chasing our tournament leader since day number 1. Here at the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite.
The Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S, and by Minn Kota, Powerful, and by Skeeter Boats.
The first of 2 stops here in the beautiful Lone Star State. Of course, this one in the Sabine River in Orange, Texas. And after this, we're going to head to Lake Fork for our next event. But once again, the 4th stop of the year, this day number 3. And Jason Christie and Brock Mosley at top of the leaderboard. But as you can see, that entire top 10 tightening up, Davey Height.
They have tightened up today, closed the gap somewhat, and if you've been tuning in with us, you notice it's a very different day for Jason Christie. Yesterday, about this time, I'll have to admit I was almost ready to hand him the blue trophy. He was catching fish one after the other, every 3 or 4 minutes, catching good fish on a half-ounce spinnerbait. Today, he struggled to catch his 5 fish. It was he lost a fish early on, one of his first casts. It was 10 o'clock before he put his first keeper in the boat. So be curious, interesting to see if that water falls back. I think Jason Christie will be fine tomorrow, but if it doesn't, man, this thing's wide open.
Here's a guy who has made big moves every single afternoon. The biggest move yesterday might have been getting out of that area, but let's join Lee Livesey live. $2, Lee Livesey and Matt Robertson. Robertson, Elite Series rookie.
Saw Matt Robertson start real close to takeoff this morning. I think he's made a move. It's a very different looking water there than right here at takeoff. More stained.
Man, you don't have to be a body language expert. When you look at our leaders for the first time in this event, they have a whole different vibe about them. I mean, they know this game just changed. I went from being in control to I got to survive these body blows.
And you're right. I also think it's really set in how important a 3, 4, even a 5-pounder could be to any one of these anglers. I mean, it resets everything if one of these anglers that are in the top 10 is able to catch for Lee Livesey, he catches 2, 3-pounders right now. It's a whole different ball game. Same thing for Matt Robertson. We saw Greg Hackney lose a 5-pounder on day one. I mean, he's total different tournament for him if he lands that one fish that he had right beside the boat. Here we go.
I don't think so.
Oh, that's going to be close.
Ain't no way. I'm getting smaller by the second.
Close.
He's 12 inches. That's a little taco bass. We're going to catch one bigger than that. But he's about 3/4 of a pound we didn't have. Ain't that right, Jake? Yeah, he like barely.
At number 4.
Yeah, he barely laid over 12. He's gonna be like a 0.89.
Could be 0.89 ounces of gold right there in an
Well,
event like this.
One more and we'll think about catching something big. We got an hour and 5 minutes till I'm going to leave. Exactly. The problem in here is, man, you can catch them on the bank, you can catch them by the trolling motor, you can catch them in the middle. You just don't know where they're gonna be. Right up here, you see how it kind of necks down a little bit? Not a taco bass. They're number 5. A little bit better. Number 5. 1.5 pounds. Number 5. We got to get back alive now. Got the kids to. Yeah, we got to get back now. Got to make sure the kids make it to school on time. That was a little bonus. I saw one blow up right in here the first day I was in here. I never caught. That's probably him. Yeah, give him a little taste of Italy. Mm-hmm. I like a little breadstick with my pasta. I know one thing, I'm gonna eat a pile of crawfish and drink about 1 too many Michelob Ultras tonight. For sure.
Wow, how quick things can change here in the Sabine River just like that. Lee Livesey goes from 3 to 5, 2 quick bites in the boat, and all of a sudden things a lot different. Let's look back at that. I mean, it doesn't have to be. Distance is not something that's judged in this sport. It is all weight. And Lee Livesey's got the 5 right ones so far.
Live coverage of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Power Pole.
Welcome back to Orange, Texas, the host community for the 4th stop of the Bassmaster Elite Series. And the fair came to town, Davey Hyde. It's going to be a lot of fun here this afternoon. A big crowd rolling through the gates, and a big concert last night. They had the Bag of Donuts concert, which was a lot of fun, and Neil McCoy performing tonight. But the real show, the show that me and you are excited about and all our viewers are excited about, happens on the stage. And before it happens on the stage, it happens on the water. And you look at our playing field right there. Seth Feider has had an incredible tournament, and he has eliminated a major thing, and that is risk. Let's look back at his day, currently sitting in 4th place.
Yeah, Seth Feider made a real smart move yesterday. He said, hey, I'm like boat 90, be a lot of wakes. I want the tide to be down a little bit in my area that I caught him in yesterday. I'll just start close to the ramp. Boy, he hasn't left close, basically sight of the takeoff since then. It's caught a lot of fish. Had a little company today. Yesterday, just basically him within sight of the takeoff for the first half of the day. Today, there were more boats in that area, but Seth Feider just able to outfish most of the other people around him close to the takeoff, eliminating the risk of, like we've heard so many of these anglers say, man, I'm worried about getting out of here. Seth Feider has not had to worry about that, catching these fish close to takeoff.
Eliminated the risk and maximized on one thing, that's time. All our anglers get the exact same amount of time, but he spent all his time fishing and not running.
Yeah, and he's closed that gap a little bit, and we heard just a few minutes ago Brock Mosley and Jason Christie saying, I'm about to leave, and they're so limited on fuel, they don't have a lot of other options. Seth Feider will be fishing that whole time, the hour and a half or so that Jason Christie and Brock Mosley are running back to check in. So Seth Feider put a couple more of these nice quality keepers in the boat while they're driving back to the area. It could be very interesting by tomorrow morning.
Update on the day. Morning went well. Made a little gut call to leave that area and run 30 minutes, and so far it's resulted in a 2-ounce upgrade, so we'll see if that was worth it at the end of the day. Still my smallest fish, so I mean, if I call them, it was all for nothing, really. Depending on where we call them, I guess. But Ronnie, can I throw across this road? We're deep in Texas. That is not Louisiana. I want to throw a frog over there so bad. Pretty sure it's illegal, though. Oh, look at that thing just poop right out the pipe. See that? A clump of cattails just... Just another one pooped out. That's 5.
Looking at Seth Feider and Chris Johnston. Once again, another Canadian in the mix. Those 3 crazy Canucks represent, it seems like week after week.
They really do, and we expect to see them catching fish and being in the top 10, but for some reason this week, Chris Johnson has just very quietly crept up into 5th place.
He's not one you want to have sneaking around. I mean, you look at our leaderboard, it's tightening up and it's setting up for a really exciting championship Sunday.
You're exactly right, it is, and I can't stop saying it. These guys that we're on here, Chris Johnson, Seth Feider, are going to be fishing right up until just minutes before they have to check in, where 1st and 2nd place will be traveling back from that 100-mile journey.
do that update again.
Finally got 5. It's, I don't know. We got 2 hours of fishing left. We got 3 real small ones, a 1.5 pounder and a good one, but at 3.5. So I think if I can get one good one or even 2 pounders, that'd be pretty solid for fishing tomorrow. So just trying the time. It's had a lot of pounders. I don't go back to a frogging spot. Hit this morning, but I don't think it was right. It needs to be a low tide. So we're just gonna fish here for another 5 minutes and go back to the little one.
Chris Johnston, obviously the first Canadian to ever win a Bassmaster Elite Series event. He did that last year, and it didn't take us long to get our second. Obviously, Jeff Gustafson took a win earlier this year, but kicked off the season with, I mean, you look at that list of winners so far this year. I mean, amazing stories with every single one of them, Davey Height.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Brian New being a rookie and dreaming of being on the Bassmaster Elite Series in his very first event. He was the winner, held a blue trophy over his head, and then Gussie, well, everybody pulls for Gussie. He's just such a good guy once you get to know him just a little bit. And you told us all that, but Gussie is certainly just a great person to be around. And who didn't pull for Bill Lowen? He's been out here since the Elites began, and several second-place finishes. Everybody wanted to see Bill Lowen win. And he was able to finally do that. And, man, it was one of my most memorable weigh-ins. Big question mark by the Sabine. Boy, I think it is a big question mark. Jason Christie's area looked unstoppable, but it's 6 feet deeper where he's had been catching his fish.
We've kind of said it from the start, man. It's always felt like it's not going to end silently. Yeah, those 2 guys are going to be challenged, and the question has been who's going to be the challenger. They're starting to appear.
Every time we've been here, we've had people make those super long runs, and it has not worked out so far. This could be the event, but it has not worked out so far. You lose so much fishing time. It seems like, yeah, you can get away with it one day, but over a 4-day period, losing, 3 or 4 hours a day, that's 12 to 16 hours less fishing time than someone like a Seth Fighter or Lee Livesey.
I'm really interested to get the inside scoop on Fighter because I believe after day 1, I spent some time with him in the service yard, and he was trying to get rid of gas. They had siphoned a bunch of bad gas out of his tank that he found. So it'll be really interesting to see if his game plan from the beginning was to stay here or if he was actually forced into that through bad gas. I mean, they might not be related at all. Everything I say is officially unofficial, but...
No, I didn't know that. That certainly could be.
Sometimes bad gas is not so bad, but that sounds bad.
Boy, you just keep thinking, looking at Lee Livesey. The farther he gets back in this area, probably the cleaner the water is, the better chance he has, in my opinion, of catching a good fish. He's got one in there that's probably only about 12 ounces. If he could replace that with a 3-pounder, it would be huge.
Always great to be back here in the Lone Star State. They say everything's bigger in Texas, and that is definitely true in Orange, Texas. Former record holder of the biggest Bassmaster Elite Series crowd ever, and they are building here in a big, big way. Our weigh-in this afternoon at 4 p.m. Eastern. They set a record for the biggest Friday night crowd yesterday at this venue, and they're looking to keep that record going here today on day number 3, semifinal Saturday on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
You're watching the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River, sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S.
Into the fourth quarter, less than 2 hours for all of our 49 anglers to fish. Day 3, this is moments ago with John Cox.
God, I knew she barely had it. They barely been getting it. Gosh. We need.
Hold on back there. Caleb Kufo also, just a couple of minutes ago.
I think he might call that one.
And Lee Livesey, moments ago.
I think he's bigger than that one.
And Tommy?
Yeah.
One more from Caleb Kufal.
How about that? Top it off.
Nice little flurry right there. Going to take a look at our Humminbird unlock the lake right here. You see Brad Whatley, Brock Mosley. They're both probably making their way back from the west side of Trinity and Galveston Bay. You fly up the intercoastal, you see the Gulf of Mexico off to your right-hand side. Lee Livesey fishing just inside of Taylor's Bayou. Not too much attention this time around, but I think we're going to see it from one other angler there tomorrow. Really the whole story of at least consistency. Maybe not winning stringers, but consistency has come in the Neches River this tournament around. All the way back to our takeoff there at Orange. And I have a feeling, Tommy Sanders, as we look at Orange, Texas right there, I have a feeling that's going to get a lot of attention from some of our anglers that make it to Championship Sunday after seeing what we saw earlier today. That's your Humminbird unlock the lake. As you go up the Sabine River, you'll see one Brandon Card, Jason Christie making his way back.
All right, we have unlocked the lake as it stands now. As again, we say we're starting the fourth quarter here, a little less than 2 hours to fish for these anglers. And welcome to the Bassmaster Studio, sponsored by Marathon, as we get ready for our final hour of coverage here on Bassmaster Live. Don't forget the weigh-in coming up at 3 Central Time and 4 p.m. Eastern Time later on today. And Mark Zona, we look at the leaderboard, we say, hey, man, we're just right where we started today as far as the differentials go. But a lot has happened. So have you got more question marks after what we've seen today, or have you got more answers?
I really think when we came back from our midday break and really started on Bassmaster.com, it's the first time during this tournament listening to Brock Mosley and listening to Jason Christie, who have truly been in the driver's seat all week long. It's the first time that you heard doubt in their voice. Doubt in a big way. We're really questioning what they're going to do tomorrow, if they're going to even make the runs that they've made, which kind of opens the door for the rest of the guys that are going to make Championship Sunday. Again, it's really the first time, the only time that we heard doubt is when the wind picked up and Brock said, well, I'm not going to go back there, which he ended up doing. But more doubt in their areas, which we have not heard this entire tournament from those two anglers.
Yeah, Jason Christie, you know, he went and figured something out, but then he said, when I got to the place where the water looked right, the fish weren't there. So that kind of put, that sort of told me that he was thinking about maybe not doing it. And of course, Brock Mosley, if you were Brock Mosley and you only get 7 pounds today, do you go back, Mark Zona?
Man, you do one of two things. If I'm Jason Christie or Brock Mosley, you either go back or you sit and fish for retreads right in front of our takeoff. That's the best way to put it. 'Cause look, man, I'm not going to sugarcoat it. That's what those guys are catching around Orange, Texas. It's not like that's an estuary where those fish spawn, live, feed. Those are retreads, whether they're from this tournament, other tournaments. To me, the guy that bunkers into that area where we saw Seth Feider earlier this morning, he's going to win this tournament. That's what I really think is going to end up happening if it's Brock or Jason that decide to do that.
Well, we have a history of anglers kind of creating a victory and wheeling it around one magic day or two, and that could well be the case this time around.
And really what's happened this time around is, we talked about it a lot this morning, we always see those long runs. We see them pay off, man. We see them pay off days 1, 2, a little bit of 3, and man, they flatten out. They always flatten out on this body of water come the final day of the tournament, and we got to see that today. The other side of it is, does Jason Christie's area, does it settle? Does it stabilize?
Yeah. Good question.
I think it's hard for Christie to not go back for what's been caught there, not only by him, but what Brandon Card caught days 1 and 2.
But he goes back. I mean, that's it. That's committing to that place for the whole day, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like, hey, let's fish around takeoff for 1 hour and then make a run. I mean, you're either in and really talking to Jason every day of this tournament, he has been all in. He said, this is what I got. It's pretty much all I got. I have to commit to doing that, whether he stays with that game plan. I think that guy right there, if he can, Davey Height nailed it. If he can snatch up a 3-pounder, come on. Lee Livesey has threatened this entire week that he's going to run to the Trinity River, which we've never covered anybody that's run to the Trinity River.
We just saw Caleb Kufel beaming those fish there, worrying about ounces, and well, he might, because he's in 11th place right now. There's 4 guys within a pound right under that cut line there, so that's going to be tight. That's going to cause a lot of gnashing of teeth around weigh-in time, which is getting ever closer.
It seems like every Elite Series event that day 3 is the toughest day for most of our tournaments. That Saturday. Sometimes it's because of local pressure. Sometimes it's because of these guys have leaned on certain areas for too long and it's not going to hold up.
Too many of them in there.
It seems like that's the same case today, but for different reasons probably. It'd
be amazing stuff right there, Ron.
Hard to go 70 gallons of gas for 7 pounds for Brock Mosley if that was the case.
It is. You know, what's funny was during our break, Ron, I threatened to do this. I called Lynn Johnston up in Canada, and I asked him, I said, man, provide me with something. It's been a little bit slow fishing today. Provide me with something. And we got a picture sent in of Chris Johnston. He was actually first chair oboe player. That is, Lynn
totally
Johnston
faux.
sent that. Yes.
The best one in his row.
Yeah.
The Johnston family in Peterborough, Ontario.
Yeah, the Glenn Miller of Peterborough, Ontario is what they used to call him.
You'll notice, Tommy, that back when he was 9, he also wore a tournament jersey.
That was cool. That's really cool.
With sponsors and whatnots.
And stubble at 9. That's
sweet stats.
Kufel's cull gave him 6 ounces, knocked Matt Robertson.
Let's see what we got here.
Out of the top 10.
Yeah, what do we got here?
The heck do I got here? I have no idea. Fighting pretty good now. I don't know what it's about. It's gotta be. It's a good one. Oh, come on. Need this
boy.
Yeah, baby. Just about to give up and go frogging, and my stupid little worm got a big one. That's a chunk. That should get us fishing on Sunday.
Tommy, that's going to get him more,
Yeah.
more than fishing, guys.
Mm-hmm. Taking a look at this, boy, Giant shows up at a good time. Caught a big one early today, 3.5 pounds. That's no 3.5 pounder, but he's got a couple of 1 pounders. That will be a significant upgrade for Chris Johnston. Kind of jumping about 3 spots up, right?
Yeah, it should put him in third for sure.
Yeah.
Less than a pound between third to fifth right now.
He's the guy who did the best day 1 over day 2 coming into this third day's competition here. So he's been pointing in the right direction and really starting to fill out a nice limit there from the man from Ontario. Jason Christie, though, still with the lead on top. Mosley hanging in there. Both of those guys, we figure, are on their way back to Orange, Texas. Caleb Sumrall having a fantastic day. He's just bubbling under. Seth Fighter and Chris Johnston will probably replace Caleb Sumrall in third place. Be right back.
Live coverage of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Power Pole.
Back to Orange, Texas here, getting closer and closer to weigh-in time in the fourth quarter of action here. Day number 3 at the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite on the Sabine River. So many different environments, and we're all about the cut line today. Only 10 are going to make it to Championship Sunday. Look at those anglers so close together. Right below that cut line, Matt Robertson, who started in the top 10, ditto for John Cox. Mark Menendez coming from way down up into that position. Not way down, but a few spots down right there. Kyle Welcher also easily within striking distance. Going to be, as we say, a nail biter when we get down to weigh-in time. Who are the top 10 going to be in one of the, well, the most, as we said this morning, glittering limits we have seen so far today. Dazzling, that's what it is. Dazzling. Mark Menendez. Mark, great job today. What's been the key for you?
Well, Tommy, the fish repositioned, and I was able to figure that out pretty early, and I moved up. The water's been out moving faster, so these fish moved ultra shallow, and I've been fortunate and had 3 good bites. So I just called not 30 seconds ago. I've got one more small one that I need to get rid of, and if I can get rid of him, this could get real interesting real fast.
Mark, always electrifying performer on bodies of water like this, and a lot like Fort Loudon. This is one of those tournaments where, and you and I got to text back and forth, a lot of your competition was out of this tournament before this tournament even started, correct?
Absolutely. And I was one of those guys, Zona. I had a miserable practice. I had one area that I thought had a lot of potential. And the first day just about train wrecked me because I only had 512. But it all came out of this place that I'm at right now. And I went to greener pastures. Had I stayed longer, it might have happened. And yesterday, lightning struck late with a 4.4. And I've got another one of those today and a 3-pounder. So I've learned as I've gone this week in the event, and I made this last move here out further in the creek where I think there's less fish but better quality. I just need one bite.
What's the attraction to this general area right here? What got you here in the first place?
I just was looking for any place that looked healthy, and this area is real pretty. The watercolor's real pretty. I've kind of gotten out of the real pretty stuff here, and I'm more in an industrial setting right now. But the water quality seemed to be a heck of a lot better here, and I just got a lot of little bites in practice in here, and I just milked it for all it was worth.
Mark, what have the bigger fish come off of? They've seemed so random this week. What are the big bites coming off of?
I've caught most of my good ones on a Strike King game hog. Today it was funny. I would throw a spinnerbait, see the water move, and then make a cast with a wacky super fry, your favorite little bait. And I caught 2 big ones like that. So it was kind of a little shake and bake with the spinnerbait, see the fish move, reel it in, throw the finesse over there, and reel him to the boat.
Mark, if things work out right and you get to tee it up tomorrow, have you got something totally different in mind, or are you just going to kind of stick with what brung you, as they say?
Oh, I think breakfast about 9:30, Tommy. Coffee would be real good. Maybe a bagel. I don't know. I'm making a long run, so I don't have a lot of options. I have to fish to maximize my time, and so if I make it for tomorrow, I'll come back. They're the right ones live here, and the tide may be getting to the point now where those better fish become more available to me.
Well, congratulations. What a great day. What an
Yes,
impressive five-fish limit. Mark Menendez doing a fantastic job on day number 3. Just right on time, as you say, as Mark was saying. And we turn it over to the screen of knowledge and its owner and operator there, Ron Moore.
Oh, I'm glad Mark Menendez mentioned his big ones this week, because when we're talking about Land of the Giants, obviously it's scaled and it's ratioed for the given fishery that we're at. So a 4-pounder, like Menendez said, a 4.4 yesterday, and he has another one similar to that today. Those are crucial fish. But the giant of the week was day 1, Mark Frazier, and that is our Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the week. And it kind of sums up what a giant would be on the Sabine River, a 6.6. We've seen a 6-pound big bass of the event every single time we've been here, all four trips to that. And I actually have something for the fans at home and for you, Z. Actual video, just got this in from his brother Micah, who's on his way home, sent me the video of this 6.6 that Mark Frazier boat flipped on day 1 of this competition. Had it a competitor, I can't see who it was, but I imagine it was a Brandon Cobb or a Brian New, and he caught it, was shocked. They're quiet guys, but he didn't say a word, and he ends up putting his finger up over his mouth saying, don't say a thing, because there are plenty of anglers around us today. So that is, I'll roll it again to see close combat, baitcaster. We saw a little bit of spinning rod from him yesterday too, but boat flipped that 6.6 on 17-pound line, and that Mark Frazier is still standing as the Phoenix Boats Big Bass of the week, and it'll be a good payday for him tomorrow if it holds up, which it should. We've never seen a big bass at the Sabine after day 2. It's either been day 1 or day 2 that it's been caught.
Ron, that is fair to say that's the Power Pole replay of the week, man.
I just wanted to throw some fun facts at you. All the ones I've been throwing at you have not been great, so I just wanted to give you one before we left today.
Giant from a former giant.
Oh, that was a...
Yeah. Little treat.
Well, Chris Johnston in the last few minutes getting himself back in the game with a possible shot at winning this thing now.
So for 10 pounds on the day cut, his margin from the lead less than 4.5 pounds.
Yeah, you talk about one of your dangerous guys out here. That's definitely Chris Johnston. He can put up a big number on you. Moment's notice, moving up into 3rd place with that one. What was that last fish listed as, Sue?
3-1.
3-1.
Look at this.
10 pounds. Mark Menendez.
That is now the new Power Pole replay of the day right there.
Mark Menendez said he culled. He made, it's not on Bass Track yet, but he has a 1.25 pounder in there. He only needs about 1.25 pounds to get in their top 10. From 38th place he started this morning.
Freaking confused.
Yeah. This definitely is. Talking with my friend Michael Middleton, producer in the truck. This is a full-blown Vidal Sassoon double box right here.
Yeah. This is, people say my best hair days are behind me. They got they got some majesty behind them. Both of these guys.
Just call these guys
like a country Fabio look going on.
the Flow Bros.
Oh no.
Good shell there. Shallower.
Tommy, I throw it to you. Who wins this thing?
Oof.
Do I?
Man, I tell you, I cannot pick a favorite here. There's too many question marks. It's just a big old thought balloon full of question marks right now.
Ron, Soj?
I think Chris Johnston wins.
Wow.
really
well, the one thing that I
maximizing
can
his
tell
time.
you, yeah, with that Chris Johnston pick right there, the one thing I like about that, there's going to be a lot of guys out of his area. Chris Johnston has been around, actually, a lot of people we have had cameras with today, which is going to open that area up a little bit. And a lot like Jason Christie, Chris Johnston's a little like a mini rattlesnake. You know what I mean?
Mm. So who's your pick, Z?
Jason Christie.
Jason Christie.
I mean, that's chalk, but that's
Yeah.
fine.
I've heard both of them, Christie and Mosley, say they may not go back to their spots tomorrow. What do you think? They mull that over again? And Mosley, what options does he have and what options does Christie have?
I don't think it's chalk at all.
How is it
I
not chalk?
think
You're picking the
Jason-
number 1 seed in the NCAA tournament.
Better than me.
I think Jason Christie's going right back to where he was today, and he ends up, the water stabilizes, and he catches a dazzling stringer tomorrow.
I just think that Chris Johnston's going to find another oboe to explore tomorrow, and it's going to just pay off for him.
Play us a nice tune, Ronnie.
Yeah. No, I think he's got the best opportunity.
Well, right now he's starting about
Consistency-wise.
4.5 pounds back.
Remember there were crappies and he was just getting a fish fry.
Yep. I really think the X factor is going to be who cracks on him right across from our takeoff.
Yeah, I mean, that's turn things around in a big way real quick.
And look, the best way to put it, we have seen on final days that stretch that these guys are fishing right near Orange, near the takeoff. We have seen that save them on the final day.
That's a winner. That's a winner spot
Yes.
there. History tells us that.
Might call. Yeah, we definitely made the wrong move. That's a chunk.
Got a 1-4.
Hear him say we made the wrong move by leaving this area near takeoff.
That BMC got him.
Sets in fifth, now about 12 ounces behind Caleb Sumrall. I don't know if you'll be able to glean 12 ounces from this call, but that's gonna, every ounce, as we say, here more than anywhere is not gonna do it at all.
Wow.
Rapala scale don't lie. I don't know what to tell you, but I'm gonna catch some more in there.
Boy, right now, Matt Robertson is 2 ounces out of 10th place, Caleb Kufalt, and he's got a 10-ounce fish in his live well.
They're jamming. Oh, I'm just tucking my cord.
I mentioned this afternoon, in case you weren't aware. Seth Feider, also our leader, Bassmaster Angler of the Year points.
Yes.
As of today.
That top 10's turned into kind of a gun show, too.
That's been a dog fight. Also, so the rookie of the year, the top 6 in rookie of the year separated by 20 points. 6 rookies.
They're all good. They're all just darn good. How about a little striker daily trivia? Maybe something we can cleanse the palate with a little bit here as we head into the final half hour of our Bassmaster Live show. Here's the question. What was the first year B.A.S.S. crowned 2 tournament champions in April? First year they had 2 championships in April. Is that 75, 81, 86, or 95? Okay, think about that. We'll be right back and pay it off for you.
Live coverage of the Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Power Pole.
Hour and change for most of our anglers left to fish on this day number 3. Our Striker Daily trivia question. I must confess, it's a little confusing to me, a little surprising too. What was the first year B.A.S.S. crowned 2 tournament champions in April? Man, you'd think there'd been April tournaments galore all those years, but Such reminded me in the early years there weren't that many.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So I'll say B.
Usually, you're going to 1981?
Yeah.
I'll go 86.
Well, interesting. 86. I'm actually going to go with, the reason why I say this is one of the only anglers out of the state of Illinois, Tom Burns, won a tournament in that month, the only tournament he ever won.
Wow.
And I believe the other was Tommy Martin, 95.
Oh my gosh, it's 1995, Z.
Wow.
Bugs Island, Tom Burns, Tommy Martin.
Yes.
In 86, they started 2 events in April, but Larry Nixon won on Truman in May, on May 2nd.
Wow, see, that's what I thought. I was thinking of that exactly.
Isn't that amazing, though? There's
I knew
not
you were
2
thinking of that. I said, wow,
B.A.S.S. titles
he's going to miss it.
in the month of April until 1995.
What? And I mean, whatever happened to Bugs Island?
Yeah.
I mean, that was always on our schedule.
That was the Mecca.
It's been popping off the last 2 weeks from my buddies back home.
It's 20
Z,
foot or
so
it's
maybe it's time.
Is Zona
very
flawless
popular
today?
creek.
I think so.
Flawless all year.
I'm so ready for Davey to be back in studio because he would totally miss some of these.
I think Lipke's got a new car. I think he's feeding him the answers.
No, that Tom Burns was, I mean, that's close to the vest.
Well, the reason why I do remember that, Tom Burns, I believe the only angler out of the state of Illinois to win a Bassmaster tournament.
I'm going to get that crown back from Robertson and give it to you.
Chad, you want to give Chad Morgan-Taylor credit, but he's kind of a Missourian now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, he won the wild card or an open.
Correct.
After Burns.
Yes. I bet we see Seth Feider never leave this area tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Such is getting on everyone's bad side, Z. The
man.
trucks over here in our ear talking about Such throwing out rumors of passing on
Payoffs for
answers.
trivia questions.
Yeah.
We did that one year. We gave Tommy I gave Tommy the oddest answers, and Z was just amazed that he was nailing every oddball question, and there were some odd ones.
No.
You're just tuning in with us, checking in, wondering what happened to our 2 far-flung anglers, Jason Christie and Brock Mosley, who started 1 and 2 on this day. They have both gone and done their work, and they are both headed back now, we imagine. And, just going to see how it pans out at the weigh-in there. And, I will say this, 12 pounds has been per day has been the winning formula. Right now, Jason Christie is sitting right on that pace right now, 12 pounds a day.
Yeah, last on Bass Track, Christie was at Niblet Bluff on the east side of Sabine Island, wildlife management area.
You know, straight up, in all honesty, if Jason Christie throws a spinnerbait around the boat ramp tomorrow, he blows this away. Seriously, really.
He might have some time this afternoon to do a little bit of that.
Will
It was
Christie
a while
have
back.
to catch?
I was on the.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead, Ron.
I was going to say, will Christie have to catch double digits tomorrow to win, though? Will he have to catch at least 10 pounds?
I don't think so. I think about 8 or 9 pounds does that. You know, about 3 years ago, we were driving on the west side of Minneapolis, St. Paul. I was with Seth Feider, and he said, you know, I got to get a haircut. Are you good at it? I'm like, no, I'm not good at it. I'm great at it. I went to beautician school, And, you know, when the fishing's slow, he looked at me, he said, seriously? I said, yeah, I am. And I had been working up this do in my head for quite some time. And we named it the Skullet. And look at what happened right after the haircut. Right after it.
Get in the boat!
Yeah! Done.
Fish had the same hairdo.
It was a big day. Gosh, his wife and father were so excited and happy when we did that.
I bet they were.
Too.
I bet it was just
I bet
really
they were.
Cool. Really cool.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good job. Good job. Looks like that character from Rocky Horror, the little assistant.
Riff Raff.
Yeah. I can't remember his name.
Riff Raff.
Was that his name?
In Rocky Horror Picture Show, Riff Raff. Yeah,
Okay.
just a
All
jump
right.
to the left.
Yeah, it looks like that.
Keep hitting. Like 3 feet on top of it and 20 feet on the edge of it. Oh. Hey, EK. I'm not going to catch one off that stump.
Oh, yeah. EK panning in on it, bringing it. Showing the goods. Others call it the juice.
All right. It's like calling your shot there.
So that fighter caught one earlier off that stump. He was pointing that right there.
Maybe going to give her another whack.
You know, if you really watch Seth Fighter, though, since the first year we covered him, Tommy, man, he has become so versatile compared to his first couple, 3 years. You kind of asked yourself, you going to be able to hang in here, man? He's really, really well-rounded now.
Well, absolutely. Yeah, he is a guy who can catch him anywhere. He's a force of nature, to be sure. We have 10 who are going to make it to the final day here. It's all about the cut line. Jason Christie, of course, as we say, on a 12-pound average pace right now. That's what usually wins things around here. Probably going to be your favorite right now. Brock Mosley right behind him. There's your cut line. Caleb Kufal. He's been up and down, up and above and below that one. Matt Robertson, John Cox, Mark Menendez, and Kyle Welcher. Oh, boy, they can get the job done here in the next 30 minutes or so, or not. It'll be a big weigh-in coming up here in about an hour, 15 minutes. We'll take a break. We'll come right back.
The Dovetail Games Bassmaster Elite at Sabine River is sponsored by Bassmaster Fishing 2022, the official video game of B.A.S.S. And by Ranger Boats, Yamaha, Toyota, and by Berkeley.
I want to remind you, coming up at 3 local time, 4 o'clock Eastern time, the weigh-in. From here, Dave Mercer will be presiding over the weigh-in. Very important. Find our top 10. Oh, also, hey, great job again. Dave and Davey, Mercer and Height, for a terrific, strong on-location coverage, as always. Good stuff. Jason Christie with the lead right there. A couple of pounds up on Brock Mosley. Both those guys are done with their fishing for today, more or less. A few casts here in the local area might be worked in there. Chris Johnston, a big move. Oh, the music! Gosh, yes.
Exactly right, Tommy Sanders. Last one for semifinal Saturday. Reconnect with a friend. Reconnecting with friends. Jason Christie loses a big one to start semifinal Saturday. But like we said right there, my friend, Jason Christie, he said it in that commercial where he looks all pissed off. That Express Boats commercial, he's like, I'm back. I got business to do and stuff like that. Well, you know what? He's got a shot at that. Jason Christie, a slow, painful grind early today, catches his 5 bass limit. Tommy Sanders, it wasn't pretty at all in any way, shape, or form. Jason Christie, you are an ominous figure. We call you the rattlesnake, and you are the Power Pole replay of the day. Reconnecting with friends, Power Pole replay of the day.
action.
Magnificent. I guess, Red.
Appreciate that, Tom. Let's take a look at his catches real quick. Get a good look at that ditch that he's fishing off of the main Sabine River. As you call it, Tommy Sanders, the Sabinos River.
Yes,
And if you look at what Jason Christie did today, he only caught 5, but they were critical bites. Losing one better than average size fish, one that Jason Christie said was a 3-pounder. Imagine what he would have weighed in if he'd have caught that one. I'm just stating the obvious. Back to Seth Fighter Live. Bringing it.
Look at the action going on back in the background there, man. They're cranking it in orange.
Hey, Tommy, I heard that Bag of Donuts concert last night. Bag of Donuts, and you and I were texting back and forth.
Yeah, you were lit up about that.
Yeah, I was fired up all night, and I was actually getting some guys were at the, from our field. They were at the concert FaceTiming me, and it was packed. I mean, there was like 10,000 people there.
Yeah, I was never aware of them, but obviously very. I mean, you got to be big time if you're going to play this event here. This is like one of the main events in Southeast Texas all year long. You got to bring it. Seth Fighter, definitely the star of our live broadcast, the first hour and a half.
Believe it or not, I can see the bottom all through here.
Tommy, did you see that sick corn dog stand that you and I used to go to?
Oh, yeah.
When we do the hooked up?
Yeah.
I'm back where I caught that 3.
Real quick. Don't downplay it, Z. It's not just a corn dog stand. It's a jumbo corn dog stand.
Yes, and to tell you something else, a killer lemonade stand connected to it.
It's the crawfish stand. I
Just
saw a lot of
FYI,
social on that. Good boil looks
We're
good.
just gonna go investigate crawfish.
Well, we got a whole lot of questions about what's going to go down tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow is going to be I'll tell you, Seth Fighter got himself back in the mix. Seth Fighter, Chris Johnston, Caleb Summerall out of nowhere.
Yeah, great job. One of the best limits of the day.
Yeah. Majestic.
Look at that look.
I mean, majestic.
Both sides of the screen.
It's... Yeah.
I can promise Seth Fighter will trench around that boat ramp tomorrow, especially after he sees the weights from today. Seeing your leader slipping, not a little bit, but a lot.
Come on. Oh, just barely. Yes.
Yeah, it's going to be a different look tomorrow for some of our anglers.
On the trailer hook.
As you say, Seth Fighter,
Let's go.
he's going to be right here.
Right.
And
I believe Ron Moore has in his pouch of fun pictures for tomorrow of the anglers' lures that they've been using. We've been holding those back a little bit.
You pulled them out of your vault, your safe.
I probably missed a little
did.
window up here.
Some anglers very
Water got
brief
clear.
about what they were, some very in-depth about what they were. But I got it.
Jason Christie on his way
Yes.
back. A little stop. Now, did I understand you to be of the opinion, Mark, that he could, you were in effect saying, why would he even go back up there? He could stay right here in this area and probably knock out the win tomorrow.
If Christie stayed in this area tomorrow, not only do I think he would win, I think he would blow it away.
Yeah. Okay.
But I still think he's going. He said he was all in.
Well, he's got to watch that place through today. He probably has some idea of whether it's going to be recovered a little bit more like it was on days 1 and 2. Be interesting to see his decision.
Yes.
Now, how will Brock Mosley fare if he doesn't go to Houston and goes to an area of the Sabine he hasn't seen since Wednesday at the latest?
Well, you know, the other side of that is, you know, he's got the knowledge also of Tyler Rivette, Hank Cherry, his roommate. So he's going to have some stuff close. You know, he made the comment, I could have caught more right around the boat ramp.
Well, we'll get the final word on those big decisions. Going to affect the way the day lays out tomorrow, because we'll be right there. Takeoff time for you tomorrow right here, 8 a.m. Eastern time, 7 Central on Fox Sports, FS1, and the Fox Sports app. Got some supplemental coverage for you, too, coming up on Bassmaster.com, starting right at the same time. Going to be a full day, Championship Sunday on the Sabine from Orange. Williams starts today, 4 p.m. Eastern time. Dave Mercer and all the rest. Big crowd on hand. It'll be a lot of excitement, a lot of fun, and a lot of a lot of nerves on display there too amongst our anglers trying to make it into the top 10.
You know, and really the story going into tomorrow, Tommy, I hate to say it, with Christie and Mosley slipping a little, it gives us a pretty interesting storyline going into this final day, because there was potential for an absolute dominant blowout for Championship Sunday. Not the case anymore, my friend.
Yeah, and we're sort of secretly in favor of not having dominant blowouts on the final day. We like it to go down to the last fish, and that might well be exactly what goes down tomorrow. 10 anglers on the water. We'll be with each and every one of them all day long. It's going to be a lot of fun. Do not forget, do not miss the weigh-in coming up from terrific Orange, Texas here in just about an hour's time. Right here on Bassmaster.com. See you on FS1 tomorrow morning.